So let's kick off the day 2. So yeah, welcome to the day 2 of Qubes OS Summit 2025. I guess we still miss some people, but I guess they will join. Maybe there was not enough time to sleep. Oh, come on, Marek. Okay, yeah, I will not repeat myself. You can find the events details on this website. And of course, we would like to have a round of applause for our partners. Freedom of Press Foundation, thanks for sponsoring. ExpressVPN. And Malvat. And our silver partners, Nova Custom, NitroKey, and PowerUp Privacy. Yes, so thank you very much for our sponsors, and of course it would not be possible without your support. So one more time, thank you very much. Regarding agenda, we will start with in 10:15 with Nova Custom update about Intel Boot Guard, HSI level, and capsule update. Then this is from Wessel from Nova Custom. Then we will have Kamil from 3MDev talking about a UEFI secure boot state in Qubes OS. Then again from 3MDev, Maciej will talk about trench boot and essentially will focus on, okay, can we run it on this hardware and how to check it. Then Rafał, I don't know if Rafał got any association, but he mentioned his main ITL? Okay, sorry for not, I kind of don't know where to check it. Some people do not fill their bio. I understand privacy concerns, that's fine. But then I have this problem, yeah, to announce. So Rafał will talk about Qubes Windows tools. Then Piotr from ITL will talk about recent advancements in the device management. I guess then we have lunch after that. And after lunch, we have Marek will talk about CI. And M and Tobias will talk about the documentation and localization. After that, Frederick Gil, I'm sorry for that, I cannot spell this. We'll talk about Ansible. Do you plan to replace Salt with Ansible?
The current plan is to have both
okay.
at the first time.
But that's first step, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see how Salt will be doing.
Okay, that would be interesting talk. We will, I know, I already was wondering a couple years ago about that. Then Marta will talk about the GUI tools. I guess this is like update for the 4.3. Okay, that's great. And Ben, okay, sorry for that one. Ben will talk about the fast and fresh Qubes disposable VMs. So that's very interesting topic. I wonder how this was implemented. And the last talk of the day will be about EU CRA, so compliance stuff. And how Qubes will operate in that ecosystem. That I'm really looking for that one because that's really kind of scary piece, and we will see how scary it is really from Peter. Okay, and that's it. So you have a couple minutes, I guess, like 10 minutes for networking, and then after that we get back to Wessel. Unless there are any questions. Thank you very much.
us keep the minimum list or any changes connected to that?
I guess not everyone knows that I'm starting right now.
Hello,
We're
starting.
So hello everyone, my name is Wessel and today I will talk about Intel boot cards, fusing process, HSI levels, capsule updates and some new products. So quick introduction, I established this company in 2015. It's called Nova Custom since 2018. We are based in the Netherlands and we supply customizable laptops and mini PCs. So that means that you can configure what CPU, GPU, internal memory and storage you would like to have in your laptop. We also do custom laser engraving for the laptop lid or the keyboard. Of course, we supply our laptops with the Shower Core Boot firmware, and we support both Windows and GNU Linux operating systems, also even both at the same time as a dual boot setup. And we have some Qubes certified models. We are privacy and security focused, and we highly value the right to repair and sustainability. So if you want to know more about us, you can visit our website, novacustom.com. So yeah, today I will show you the roadmap. I'll talk about the Shower Trust Root. We'll talk about the Nugbox mini PC, the smartphone we are working on, also the Shower ACPI driver and UEFI capsule updates and the potential support for FWUPD. So yes, well, let's throw back, see what has been achieved in Q2, Q3 of this year. We released the Nugbox finally, and so we have the initial release for this mini PC, and we released a comprehensive firmware update that has the Shower Trust Root, Intel boot card support, so we can now achieve HSI level 3. UEFI capsule updates support has been integrated, and the Shower ACPI driver starting from Linux kernel 6.16, and of course, as always, bug fixes. So what's coming soon? Of course, we would also like to have these features for the other models that we have and had. So the NVIDIA variants, the HATS firmware variants, NV41 series, and the older laptop series, and maybe also a new release for the Nugbox mini PC. So for the Nugbox mini PC regarding Qubes OS, we are doing some tests to have another USB controller in the Nugbox mini PC because it only has one USB controller at this time. So we are checking our options to have another to get, well, to be able to get certification for that mini PC as well. FWUPD is something that would be the next step, I think, and maybe hotfix releases in case we encounter some more problems in the latest releases. So for next year, we will probably introduce some AMD models, and people ask me a lot, like, when does it come? And then my answer is sometime in 2026. So tablet and server solutions is something we are exploring right now. So yeah, the Shower Trust Root, what is it? It is the Shower's implementation of Intel boot cards, the fusing, starting from the latest firmware version, which is 1.0.0, and basically it's a security feature. It works with a fuse, with an eFuse that is a thing that can be programmed only one time, and it makes sure that the platform can only run a firmware that has been signed by the firmware developers. and if that's not the case, it won't turn on. So this gives essentially protection against rootkits, and for the laptops it will be an optional feature because some people might want to have their own modified version of the Shower Core boot, and this would no longer be possible to run if the platform has been fused. And something that we will also look at is the possibility to have customer keys, so that the customer is in charge of these, let's say, credentials. So yeah, then last quarter we launched the Nova Custom NUC box, which is essentially a mini PC with the Shower Core boot firmware on it. It features the same Intel Meteor Lake processor as the laptops that we offer. It has 3 USB-A ports, 2 USB-C ports with Thunderbolt capability, 2 Ethernet ports with 2.5 gigabits. It also features 2 M.2 SSD slots, one the regular size and one the very smaller form factor. It even has a SATA slot, but we don't offer this SATA thing any longer. It has VESA mounts to get it attached to a monitor, and unfortunately we don't have it Qubes OS certified yet, but we are exploring possibilities on this. So another thing that we're working on is a smartphone, and that's in cooperation with the German company called Shift. It features a Qualcomm high-end processor, and yeah, well, you can see all the specifications here. We wanted to offer it with Qubes OS initially, and I think we all know the story about Qubes OS, that they are basically dying. So yeah, this would be a smartphone that is focused on privacy and security with pre-installed privacy apps. We would like to offer this the Nova Custom way, which means that we will offer possibilities to have the cameras removed, and besides it also has hardware kill switches. We will also offer it optionally with a privacy screen and a bumper with logo customization options. Yeah, the other thing that I wanted to mention here is the Closing the Loop program, which is e-waste positive program for this smartphone. So yeah, here is a photo of all parts, which, as you can see, it is very repairable. It also has the battery that is very easy to take out and to take in. And of course, it's relatively easy to replace any part of this smartphone. Then back to the shower firmware, we have introduced the eCPI driver, which is basically the communication between the operating system and the firmware. So you can now, starting from Linux kernel 6.16, do things like controlling the fan speed, seeing the CPU, GPU temperature, and the backlight of the keyboard would give you would have the feedback of that within the OS. So you can also set profiles and do things related to power management, battery charge thresholds, things like that. So no longer for these things you no longer need to go to the UEFI firmware settings, but can do it from the Linux operating system. So another thing that has been integrated is UEFI capsule updates, which you no longer need to disable flash protections in the BIOS settings. So that's the big advantage of this new technology. And the hard thing initially was that the embedded controller was flashed differently, but now it has been integrated so that the EC can be flashed from coreboot itself. And the Shower tool suite is currently the way to go to update the firmware, and I think we just chat about this, that also in DTS we will switch to UEFI capsule updates. I mean, FWUPD. So yeah, it all takes a bit longer than expected, but that's always the case with these kind of new things. I would also like to take this opportunity, as always, to unite, to get active if you own a Nova Custom device. So you can, if you have any issues that is related to firmware, you should open a ticket on GitHub, because if things don't get reported, they will never get fixed. And that sounds very obvious, but I know from my own experience that, yeah, it's not in the mind of the people yet. To further discuss just about the devices, we have a forum as well, and the Matrix channel. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention. By the way, we have a 100 euros discount because you're here, and you can use I have used another font, so this is why it's so messy around here. But the coupon code is Qubes 2025.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Like someone will watch, and yeah, it would not be so obvious.
Yeah. So we now know. You all have the flyer. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Can you get back to the NUC, please? I'm not sure I've seen the amount of maximum memory you can set inside this box.
It is 96 gigabytes.
Okay, because I'm probably one of the craziest person also doing cluster with such things, so I'm not interested in using that. Have you tested also on the XCPNG eventually?
No, personally not. Maybe the guys from the shower.
Yeah. Okay.
We haven't tested. Yes.
Okay.
So it's for Qubes Air?
Yes, but not only. Yeah, definitely. I know, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe a couple clarifications. First of all, the Shadow Trust Root, so Intel Boot Guard, which was delivered, was requested on Qubes OS Summit 2024 by Marek and Demi. So 3MDEP delivers, maybe a little bit late, but delivers. Second, all the delays are on 3MDEP. And third, firmware is not signed by developers.
Yeah,
but
that's correct. Yeah.
Unless you are firmware developer now and we have competition.
Yeah, it was that was my mistake, because I'm in charge of the credentials myself. Yeah.
Yeah. So just do not mistake that 3MDEP signs something. We
Yeah.
don't own any
Correct.
keys of Nova Custom. Nova Custom signs themselves, and everything is on their side. So please do not blame 3MDEP if something will happen. But I'm pretty sure Nova Custom is trained.
The training was very good. So
yes.
yeah.
So training was done, and keys are in hands of Nova Custom.
Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. So one of the questions was partially answered regarding BootGuard. How the signing? What's the available option? So I assume one of the option is to fuse with user keys. So
Yeah.
user can do that themselves, or do I need to order
well,
special?
At this moment, we only offer with Nova Custom keys.
Okay.
And we are exploring for next year for sure to have another possibility for have these keys controlled by the user. But I have to say, I'm not sure yet. Maybe you can tell, but
Yeah, it's a Dasharo trusted question, not the Nova
Okay, but this is an option when buying a laptop. I can choose whether bootguard should be fused or not, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes, and this will remain optional because we think it's very
yeah,
important to have like both
and also
sides.
Maybe one word to the key selection for the user. So there are a couple options with bootguard. One is to fuse your own keys, but then the customer needs special tools to do that. So the second option is a little bit better than that. The Nova Custom controls the key that is fused into the silicon, and then Nova Custom can authorize a user key to be used to sign the firmware itself, not the whole chain, but just the subchain that is used to sign the BIOS.
Okay.
But still Nova Custom is in the chain of trust.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the second question regarding capsule updates. How is the capsule update checking the firmware signature when in the update process?
I think that's also a question for the Dasharo team to answer.
Yeah, because these are Dasharo trusted questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
So, but like I guess someone can take this question. I know Maciej, you want to answer that, or is it about more about capsule update process, or
Yes.
this is about initial verification?
No, about capsule update. So, do I need to download and verify capsule in a trusted environment, or will firmware verify is it a legitimate update or?
Right now we should still
Okay.
until the next release.
Okay, but there is a plan to also add a signature verification.
There is, but it's not as it should be, so we have a plan already for the next release.
Okay.
As I
Okay,
recall, it was
thanks.
like accepting any signature that was actually valid, but not necessarily authorized signature.
Okay, thanks.
You mentioned an EC chip in the laptop, so what is it running? Is it open source?
Yes, the embedded controller is completely open source.
Thanks.
The device will refuse booting if it detects modified firmware.
Yeah.
If it doesn't boot, can you then later fix the firmware
Yeah,
or
very
just
good
throw
question.
away the device?
No, no, absolutely not. We provide actually external flashing tools on our website. So you can even do that yourself if you have the knowledge how to do that. And the shower documentation can help you with that. Of course, we can also remotely give support for that. Or if you're not convenient enough, you can also bring in your device for service so we can unbrick the device. So both ways are possible. But please do not throw away the hardware if you think that you made this mistake, right?
I will use a blender on it. Thanks.
That was it, I think. Thank you.
Ile mam czasu?
15 minutes.
15 minutes break.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to talk about UEFI secure boot mechanism in Qubes OS and what kinds of developments took place in the last few years and what still there is to come to make it a reality. So a brief introduction. I'm Kamil, a junior embedded systems developer at FreeMDeb. I've been using Qubes OS since 2020. I'm volunteering as a shim reviewer in the official Microsoft-endorsed shim review repository, helping out companies and Linux distributions with maintaining their bootloaders in a secure way. I'm interested in reasonable security by design that doesn't get in the way. That's the main reason why I've been interested in Qubes OS for these years. I like writing documents and guides, and I'm one of those people who actually enjoy doing paperwork. So in the case, if you need a verification of some specification like the shim review or writing blog post, copywriting, just call me and we'll talk business. So FreeMDeb, I don't know if I need to introduce...
You don't have, like, they all know.
We've been on the market for quite some time, so everyone knows. So the point of this presentation is to talk about what we've managed to accomplish since the last year's talk and the Zen Winter Summit, and what kind of challenges are still there to be solved, both technical and non-technical. So a quick intro. What is even UEFI Secure Boot? It's basically a chain of trust technology in firmware that ensures that only trusted binaries can be executed. So here's the funny thing. When it comes to Qubes OS, which is primarily security focused first, it may kind of sound weird that one actually needs to disable UEFI Secure Boot in the first place to even boot the system, which may seem contradictory, but once you get into the details of what it truly is, then it all makes sense. So in short, the quick summary of what we want to accomplish. I own the machine, and only the binaries that I consent to run can be run. Nothing else, not some corporate software or some untrusted, foreign, unapproved stuff that just got into my computer. We could ask ourselves, why should I even care about it? I run Qubes OS, I run everything in Zen VMs, so I'm 100% protected from DOM zero compromise. Well, this isn't even technically true, but there are also some non-technical issues that I would like to talk about in a moment. And first of all, security is not a 1 or 0 thing, it's a constant process. One needs to keep in touch what's going on in the wild and what kind of countermeasures need to be taken care of to make the security a reality in the case of new vulnerabilities happening. And also, while Zen has been primarily chosen by the Qubes team for its renowned security features, nothing is perfectly secure, and not only there can be bugs in Zen, but also we're running on x86, so weird stuff can happen, especially if running an older CPU that doesn't receive microcode updates. So this year, I especially wanted to post this image there were several exploits regarding to branch privilege injections. So basically, my personal story, I bought another laptop this year, and it turns out that I need to buy another one because it ran Intel's 8th gen CPU, which didn't receive microcode updates since the end of 2024. So great. So UEFI Secure Boot is just another preventive measure for protection against the malicious code being run. And in this case, we need to make use of whatever possible we need. But let's also talk about the non-technical stuff. What about compliance and regulations? So today we even have a talk how to profit from Qubes OS in the EU CRA. So shout out to the person presenting it if they are in the hall right now. But also, Zen being the base for several products, it's a competition for some other proprietary hypervisors which already solved this issue on their own. And as I was saying, it may kind of sound weird that you need to disable some security feature just to install a security-focused operating system. So there was a GitHub issue on the Qubes issues GitHub repository. So Piotr Król, hi Piotr, posted this comment regarding how we could approach this scenario. So first things first, by default, the Windows certified PCs already come with Microsoft's FE signature lists. But also, as part of the Qubes OS UEFI Secure Boot venue, we would be providing, alongside Dasharo firmware, the Invisible Things Lab provided FE signature lists. But also, some organizations, I would guess that primarily governments or militaries or whatever, could be willing to have their own internal UEFI certificate authority. Let's say an infrastructure in some bunker or high security compound where only the most trusted individuals like the managers or the bosses can get into, generate the keys, and then provision their own infrastructure so as to protect from foreign influence. I could also guess that many private individuals, the privacy-oriented ones, would be willing to also have this a reality. But let's be honest, right now, as per yesterday's presentation about Qubes Air and handling of the HSMs and keys, it's kind of hard to manage, and mistakes can happen even in big organizations. So I guess that if there was a paid premium product in the future, many organizations and individuals would be willing to buy one. And keep in mind what I just said, because we'll get to it later. So how can we implement Secure Boot in Qubes OS? Normally we have this way when the firmware boots the UEFI shim, which might be signed by Microsoft. Then it chain loads a grub2, which chain loads the Zen kernel, which then chain loads DOM0 and runs other unprivileged domains. But also, for simplicity's sake, we could use a unified kernel image, which is in short that the firmware boots shim, and then the shim boots one big EFI file. Which in practice, right here, we're not a classical Linux distribution per se, because we're running Zen in the first place. So in this case, we would have the Zen kernel, DOM0 Linux kernel, signed in IntramFS, UEFI stub, and the embedded kernel command line. This is important because later on I will also talk about how the prevention of modifying the command line will also be a security measure. So this format, in theory, provides a better integration with UEFI Secure Boot, but there are some drawbacks that shouldn't be left out. First of all, if we don't have everything covered as per the Microsoft requirements, it doesn't change anything that we're running a UKI rather than the traditional approach with intermediary bootloaders, which I also talk about regarding Zen features and what needs to be implemented. But also some UX matters. What happens if we need to provide some alternative boot options? Should I just boot from a live USB system, then modify it, then reboot to my Qubes OS with secure boot, and then check if everything works. That's not comfortable, I would say. But also some weird unexpected stuff can happen in the meantime while we are doing the developments. So this screenshot is from my own laboratory, linking to a GitHub issue about signing boot images in Qubes OS. So right here I have the PE-bar application open, which is about static analysis of PE binaries. I have a Zen UKI opened, and as you can see here, the .relog PE section has the discardable flag set, the one where the red arrow points. So what does this even mean, and why I'm presenting you this? It turns out that normally you wouldn't even need to care when it comes to this flag being set in the UEFI, but the Zen PE boot path parses this section twice and just crashes. So to summary, unexpected stuff may happen that we will need to address, and we will. It's still worthwhile to use it because it's, in the long term, could simplify the whole process. And also the amazing people at ITL already provided the VMM Zen Unified Qubes OS repository. So while, as I was saying about Zen, some parts may not be finished for filing a shim review for Microsoft, but we can still use it to implement our own stuff. Or at least try to do something in the meantime while the other stuff is being resolved. So what kind of other technical challenges do we have in Zen? In the last year and also during the Zen Winter Summit, there's been a talk about several stuff that still needs to be implemented in Zen. I've been talking to Andrew, and some of these lines have already been resolved or are almost resolved but are not yet in production. So Zen needs support for SBAT, which is not present in production yet, but there have been some developments that make this a reality. So both the legacy shimlock protocol and the newer one should work, I guess. NX compatibility should be required when the whole boot chain is needed to be NX compatible. kexec, aka the fast reboot, a kernel executing another kernel, has to use checksums for verifying the integrity of the images it's going to execute. The kexec purgatory code should be built into Zen in the Zen kernel itself. It can be past user space. It's been implemented in Linux, and theoretically, I've been talking to Andrew, and maybe you can correct me on that, because as far as I can remember, this point could be crossed out right now as we're talking. Live patching has to check the patch's signatures. As I've been talking about the command line, we wouldn't want to disable security measures after booting to downgrade the security to some lower level that could be later on abused. New hypercalls ABI for checking all the pass pointers. This is required. No pointer can be used unchecked, and we can't do anything about it right now. Also, DEMI has addressed several critical features. We cannot use pre-CMD because we could override arbitrary memory as long as we root. And also, we need nested PVH. So here comes the part about UX. How do we want to have this manageable by ordinary people? This is a screenshot from the SBCTL GitHub repository. It's an issue that everything worked perfectly, because working with UEFI secure boot always results in at least a brick machine and the forced need to recover. So please add more bugs, because no one should think that it's easy. Do you remember when I was saying about the paid premium product that some organizations and individuals might want to buy to make this simple? Now imagine if it looked like this. Some kind of a provisioning box that you set up. It downloads the Sharo firmware, signs it with your own generated keys that get applied to your HSM or an encrypted pendrive partition. And later on, once you have your signed Sharo provisioned, then you also run Zarhus for further provisioning, disk encryption, further updates. It could look like a bit like this. maybe like this. And for more information about the provisioning box, I would kindly recommend contacting FreeMDev directly to make this a reality and make a cool offer for you, for anyone who's interested. Because these diagrams are not there for no reason. So shout out to Piotr Król for his presentations and for everyone involved in the signboot images thread on Qubes OS GitHub. Any questions?
Thanks for the presentation. I have one small addition for the brief command slide. This is actually the same as the pointer verification on the previous slide. So this is already covered in the plan that Andrew shared.
So it's a duplicated thing that shouldn't be.
Yeah,
there.
so the thing that Demi mentioned is already taken. Well, it is in progress. It will happen at some point. It's a huge task. There is a workaround to that Zen server does to get the product out in the time they need. It's ugly, but it works. Yeah, and the other, is there any guide for distributions, how to prepare all of this? Because I was looking, there are some how to just do the signing of the file, but how to prepare the key, how to ensure that all the requirements of the shim review are met. This was very hard to find. So is there any place I can look at?
I mean, definitely the official shim review repository is not maintained by me. I'm just volunteering here, so I have no say in how this should be conducted and what kinds of information should be there. You can look at my unofficial guide, which is on my GitHub repository, where I point how to prepare a review as both an applicant and a reviewer, and what curiosities are regarding Microsoft file signing services. But for the more user-friendly part that you just press a big shiny button and all the magic happens, just ask Piotr and we'll talk business.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I doubt Marek is among our customers right now in this space. So by the way, we want to discourage any tie to the certificate authority like Microsoft. So you should be your own certificate authority. You know my opinion about that. I tried to explain that in different presentations. But Kamil, I want you to put your shim reviewer hat and kind of try to get me through the process when Marek's submitting the shim review, and how you would approach. Just give us very brief, like 2 minutes intro, how you will get through that. And also, if you can touch a little bit, if you know the story, I'm pretty sure you know the story of iPXE, because to some extent, I think the Zen will have similar story. And if you can explain what was the problem and why it's not signed yet.
So first of all, should I say how the perspective from a shim reviewer perspective works? All right, so the first thing I do when I open up the application, I just open up a Docker container and try to rebuild whether the shim binary reproduces. Later on, I do some static analysis regarding, for instance, whether the bnutils related bug is there, whether SBAT numbers are correct. Because as we were talking, there was some weird stuff happening where if you booted a live CD, then it overrode your SBAT level, and then you couldn't boot your regular system because it was apparently deemed too insecure. But also whether a company or a university or some other organization, what do they do, what kind of products they run, what is this for, how do they handle their infrastructure? Do they have an HSM or do some other secret sharing? Do they use ephemeral keys or... And after all, are they willing to help the community review other applications? Because we're volunteering, we're not getting paid for this. So if a company comes and says, hey, you should do this application because my boss demands that I say to them that you got it reviewed, so I can do other stuff and not get fired. But nobody.
So are you signing as a project, as an open source project, or are you signing as a company?
Well, primarily the venue was meant for Linux distributions that just generate their shim, embed their certificates, and they handle the secure boot themselves. But there was also some weird stuff happening where private companies with their proprietary products were trying to circumvent the Microsoft signing procedures and just going to some open source people. So we do free labor for them, and they pay less to Microsoft for their time, which wasn't that great, and some chats and talks.
Can you shortly say a little bit about the iPixie story, the drama there?
Where do I even start? So basically, iPixie is kind of a special thing because it chain loads another stuff from the network. It's not like one thing that chain loads a bootloader and anything else. There were also some discussions whether iPixie can chain load another iPixie and whatnot, and how long can the rabbit hole go. So it's kind of a complicated thing, but it's an open source project that we as a community don't think that it shouldn't be signed, because why not? I personally, as someone who is not a programmer and not competent to review code in C, cannot review the code, but I was basing on some historical thing that Microsoft did sign at one point an iPixie distribution, so why not? But apparently contacting the official Microsoft people from the file signing services proves to be taking too long, and the iPixie people are still waiting. And
how long it already took? So how long it?
2 years, 3 years, maybe. I don't think it should be happening like that.
I will not comment that. Anyway, Andrew.
My question's been answered.
Just a small addition to the topic with Microsoft signed and Qubes OS signed. There's also the thing that, as far as I know, there isn't really any support for having multiple signatures of this on the same file, and so probably this will also need some support that Qubes OS installs the right shim, depending on which is actually accepted.
I do recall that there were some discussions about how to package it, whether we should have multiple packages with shim and other stuff, and say like shim ITL, shim Microsoft.
Exactly, that's one reminder.
Marek, could you follow up on that?
Open topic. I mean, it's solvable, but it needs work.
Yeah, I think the theory is the multiple signatures are supported. In practice, it's firmware.
So you can issue a ticket to Dasharo team, and that's solved.
Well, yeah, it would work in Dasharo and not not all the other devices.
Buy Dasharo Pro package today.
But I guess we should care the most about Qubes OS certified hardware. Like that should be the.
Yeah, so I don't have any specific details right now, but I think some of the distributions did solve this problem already, so we can look at the existing solutions and see if any would work for us.
Distribution with Zen or distribution with
All Linux, but shim is the same.
I do recall that Canonical has multiple shims with multiple signatures.
Yeah, so if they have a solution, so that's basically a method to detect which shim should be used, and like some convention how to name them and where to put them. So we can use the same.
Yeah. And some spec files so that one package conflicts with another.
Yeah.
How much time we have?
10 minutes.
So okay, I have one more topic because I have Jan from Waits and Andrew here and Kamil also. So yesterday I had discussion with Jan like a kind of how to approach it, because Waits wants to have XCPNG but installable with secure boot enabled. So of course they have to go through shim review process and signing. But kind of my hypothesis is that Microsoft will not allow signing Zen, or maybe other way, allow signing a shim which will then boots Zen in the chain. Why? Because of the potential issues of not fixed all the. Because of the potential issue of auditing the code, like with IPXC situation, that it may take very, very long time and a lot of effort. And the question is so Jan kind of seemed to claim that we should go that way and try to sign the shim, if I get the point. My hypothesis on Zen Summit was talk with hardware vendors and put your certificate in the BIOS, so XCP-ng will boot, and then because if this will be 2-3 years, like in case of IPXC, that it will essentially, it was the effort, like you're doing something right now and you're waiting 3 years
Ridiculous.
for being accepted, or maybe it will be longer, I don't know. And then of course the concern is what's the potential damage. Let's say something will be discovered, and what's bigger risk to do valid certificates and then potentially revoke those versus Microsoft signing and then potentially have issues. I'm not saying there are issues there, but Andrew, what's your aim on that?
So. You say there are not issues. I mean, we put out enough XSAs that would qualify per year that I'm sure there are some issues that we just haven't found yet. This is the way these things go. From the point, all the work Zen Server has done is available except for the DOM0 filter driver. That's not been published yet. That's a hack we'd like not to do, but we have to do it for time reasons. It will get into public at some point. Everything else has had at least one submission to the Zendevel mailing list. Now, not all of it is in a terribly good shape at the moment. A piece of work I'm trying to do to organize this is first set up what the security team's policy is going to be as regards to secure boot and guidance for how to update SBAT numbers. Because that is a prerequisite to
submission.
That's
a mandatory thing in shim to have.
Yeah, it's a mandatory thing, and we're trying to have the documentation available first. But it's also guidance to the security team as to what is an issue and what's not an issue. So everything from the Zen side is in progress. I'd certainly like to believe that we're able to point to 2 years worth of work saying here are the things we identified and here are the fixes for them.
Okay, and you think this will be taken, so did you talk with anyone from the decision maker side? Or not?
We're working on that.
Okay, okay. So there is no commitment yet that yes, we will take it and the process will look like that. There is nothing like that yet.
No.
Okay. So that's my main concern. That essentially the process right now is not laid out, and when the things will come to the action and there will be really request for the signature, they will say, okay, we have to audit code, and then of course there will be no resources for that or some other problems. I really doubt, Andrew, that it will be, they will take patches and those patches look good, like you get through.
No,
great review.
Shim Review's not taking patches.
Yeah, they will take, but if they further down the chain there will be booting of the Zen, then we'll have to audit Zen. No?
They did not audit Linux.
Yeah. But they influenced Linux. Yeah, I understand. So that's something that's...
The Shim team does not sign binaries. They make a recommendation to Microsoft as to whether Microsoft should sign the binaries or not.
Basically, Shim review is the first step towards a company being
the
verified or not. Do they do some weird things that need to be addressed before signing to Microsoft? Or is everything okay and Microsoft can take the initiative further in the file signing services?
Basically, the result of Shim Review is either, yes, Microsoft, please sign it, or no, we haven't given it to Microsoft.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but then there is a decision and either it happens or not. I would like to understand the Linux kernel argument, because that's interesting argument. I don't know if you have time for that, but you essentially saying so. So what if something will happen in Linux? So what's the Microsoft procedure?
Microsoft do nothing here.
Yeah. So.
All the downstream distributions and other applicants manage their revocations through SBAT.
Yeah,
So basically, if there's a heavy exploit in grub, then you need to bump the SBAT level. And in case it did happen in Debian when there were some weird incidents, so the SBAT level variable actually got the group.debian, which is a separate product in the context of SBAT than grub, bumped to like 4 or 5, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so for in Shim review, there is it's I think designed specifically to handle Linux distributions.
It's almost like it was done by Red Hat for the purpose of getting Red Hat Enterprise Linux out into the world.
And there is specific requirements for Linux to have included this set of
mandatory stuff that needs to be
commits or patches or whatever, depending on what version of Linux you use. And this is the fast path. And if you bought anything that is not Linux, then there is no process for that.
Yeah, and you will essentially create, you will be the one who will create the process.
Okay, thank you. We should end now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
start. So hi, I'm Maciej, engineering manager at 3M Deb. Today we'll talk about Trench Boot and Qubes OS as solutions for Qubes OS anti-evil mate. So we'll start with a very brief introduction for what is Qubes OS anti-evil mate and Trench Boot. There's been many presentations about that before, so I will link you them in a moment. All of the links are clickable in PDF. If you go to the CFP, you can download and click all of the links that will be in green in the slides. So after the very short introduction, we'll focus today on the hardware requirements. So we want to have another look on what is required from the hardware to even try running this Trench Boot solution. Then we are working on a way of simplifying testing and actually testing Trench Boot on hardware. We want to create a compatibility list to explain users which hardware is tested, supported by the solution right now. And we finalize with project status to showcase what has been completed in the last months and what are the future plans. So as I said, there's been many presentations. Those are not all of them, but those are the typical statuses we've been giving in the previous Qubes OS Summits as well as FOSDEM. So if you are interested in hearing more, please go back to them. So very briefly, what is Qubes OS anti-evil mate solution? It's a set of software packages and utilities with the goal of protecting against evil mate attacks, and I will finalize here. And what is Trench Boot? It is like a technology that we use in this Qubes OS anti-evil mate solution to provide us with the DRTM technology that we need for this solution. Trench Boot is a project which is open source, community driven, but mostly leading by these three companies. So let's start with the hardware requirements that we want to deep a little bit more today. So there are two main ones. The first one is TPM, which is a bit easier nowadays. Typically, we have like FTPM in many CPUs today, or chipset, depending on the platform. So it's like a firmware TPM, but we can also have like a DTPM, which is a discrete TPM, so it's an additional add-on board inserted on your main board. And the second one is the dynamic root of trust for measurement, so we'll call it DRTM. So it's a technology from a silicon vendor. It needs to be present in the hardware that we want to run our solution on, and needs to be properly supported by the firmware as well. So let's focus on the DRTM today. So we can choose from Intel or AMD today to have this one for x86, and for Intel we have it provided via the senter CPU instruction, which is provided with the TXT Intel Trusted Execution Technology. For AMD, it's the SKInit instruction provided as part of the virtualization instruction set. So for Intel TXT to work, we have to meet several requirements on the hardware level. So it's not only like a one part, it's like a whole platform that needs to meet those requirements. So we have the CPU, which must be TXT capable. We have the chipset, which must be CPU capable as well. So we often may end up in a situation where we have the CPU, which is capable, but chipset is not, so the platform itself is not TXT capable. It needs to be properly supported by the firmware. We need to have like proper setup. There are several ways. There are several actions that must be taken to configure it properly. And then from the user perspective, he often needs to also go to the BIOS and set up the VT virtualization, VTD, TXT, a bunch of options before even trying to use that feature. And even later, maybe there is also a need for this ACM blob from Intel that must be either provided in the firmware, but maybe it can also be loaded later, as we will see from the grab in our case. So there are a lot of requirements to meet here. In case of the AMD, it's a bit simpler because the SK init instruction is essentially part of the virtualization instruction set nowadays. So basically, any AMD CPU and the AMD CPU platform should be DRTM capable nowadays. So can it run trench boot? So we know what are the requirements. And once all of them are in place, can it run trench boot? Maybe. Definitely, if any of them is not met, it won't run trench boot. So that's for sure. But if they are all in place, we may have a chance, and we should try it. And the only way to know for sure is to simply try. And we may end up with some failures, different failures like undocumented TXT errors, different reboots. One of the platforms had like, if you boot with Zen normal, you have the TPM. If you boot Zen with trench boot, DPM disappears. Different weird problems that need further debugging. Maybe there is something to be fixed on the BIOS side, but BIOS is often provided by vendor. If you don't have update, you're out of Slack or you go to the shower. So how do we try that complex stuff? Because you have several components that you need to assemble to have this trench boot going on. You have grab, you have Linux, you have Zen. There are different patches, different branches. It's all in the ongoing development, right? There are also some components from Intel, like ACMs, that might need to be used. So for this purpose, we have this Meta Trench Boot project. It's like Yocto Meta Layer, and we can use it to assemble an image containing all of these Trench Boot components from some integration branches that we have selected right now. And as a result, we are getting a single USB, not USB, but a single disk image that we can flash onto a USB stick, for instance, go to the platform, boot, and see if it works or not, right? And it's supposed to be as generic as possible, so it should boot on legacy, UEFI, Linux, Zen, based on what option you select in grab. So MBR, GPT partitioning scheme, Intel, AMD, and so on. So it was supposed to be one to rule them all. Then on top of that, we are adding like a script. We want to gather some more data from our users to have some hardware compatibility list. Right now, it's heavily inspired by the Qubes. I mean the script and the format. So we are gathering some critical hardware information that we need here. Just a few of them listed in this slide. Also, we are gathering a bunch of logs that would be helpful in case of failures, which may be more common today than we would like to learn some from these logs. Maybe something can be done on the trench boot side to make it work on the platforms that are not supported today. Or maybe it can be used as some suggestions to the users that what's wrong with your platform. Maybe you can do some stuff to also make it compatible. So apart of the standard Linux logs like Linux Zen TPM logs, we also use tools from the tboot project like the txt stat. Also there is like Converge Security Suite and TXT suite specifically that we find here somewhat useful. There are a couple of problems that it cannot be built right now, and the latest versions didn't work for us, but there is some older one that does, and does produce some useful results to see if the TXT configuration, mostly on the firmware level, is correct, and maybe what's missing, and that can be also helpful during possibly implementation of TXT in the Shara, if we will go with that. So that's a subset of tests from this TXT suite. In this discussion in GitHub, we are actively narrowing down this set for the most important ones that we need to take care for in our use case. Some results for the latest meta trench boot image, and it's important to say about this meta trench boot because the trench boot itself is like a browser. There are a bunch of branches, patch sets. One patch set is more focused on Linux, one patch set is more focused on AMD, and so on. So we have some integration branch which is baked into this meta trench boot image right now. It's mostly based on what we've been it's mostly based on what we've been releasing on the latest anti-Vilmate. So we had like a bunch of older AMD, bunch of newer AMD, bunch of older Intel boards, newer Intel boards, one server board, a laptop, thin clients, workstation. So not that much, but a few different kind of hardware. What are the solutions so far from that? Definitely the older AMD boards have the best support in our integration. Right now, it's maybe obvious because we as FreeMDeb specifically have been mostly focused on that for the last couple of years even. We don't support modern AMD, so to speak. The modern, we estimate it's like Zen and newer, but I'm not sure if we are certain at this point. But basically, there is like a new DRTM flow for these boards where PSP is more involved. And there's been some work actually by Oracle for servers in that regard, which is not integrated in our branch right now. So it would need to be integrated and applied also to modern clients for AMD. As far as we know, there are some differences. So, but maybe based on the work by Oracle, we can make it a bit simpler to support both the older and newer AMD flow. We need proper integration of Intel and AMD Linux patches on a single branch. There is a Linux TXT series on the Linux kernel mailing list, which I suppose works on Linux because it's tested by the ROS who contributes that, but on our case it doesn't, so maybe we don't use the latest one, or maybe our AMD changes introduce some Intel breakage, but the essence is that the integration we have right now doesn't work on Linux on Intel right now. Yeah, because we've been mostly focused on AMD, and Intel Linux was mostly on Oracle's side right now. Definitely, we need much more testing, especially on more modern boards. In case of Intel, there is like this vPro Essential. I think it's from since Alder Lake probably, where there are possibly more CPU chipset options that might support TXT, which is a possible sign for broadening the availability of this feature, which might be interesting. Definitely, we don't have all the hardware in the world, so we could use some help in reporting those HCL, testing on your hardware. Maybe we can use also some of the hackathon tomorrow, if you would like, to see if you can run trench boot. some failure examples. That was from this ASRock server we are working on right now. It's stock firmware from AMI, so no Dashara. And yeah, when selecting Zen, you just end up with this screen forever. There is no serial logs, so maybe we need to further investigate that. But that's just one of those problems where supposedly all of the requirements are met, but it doesn't work.
We think we fixed that bug in Zen staging.
Okay.
It's not trench boot related.
Great. So the one I was talking about, this Lenovo tiny, just TPM device disappears, and very, very weird kind of problems. You boot Zen, normally it is. You boot Zen with trench boot, it boots to DOM0, but there is no TPM device. So I don't know at which point it's lost, but definitely on Linux it's not visible at all. And with no TPM, there is no DRTM. So how, if you would like to contribute, how to do that? Just follow the README in the repository. Oh, I broke some? No. Just follow the README. If you have any problems, you can contact me. For the improvements ideas, we thought maybe there is still some friction that you need to upload a pull request. Maybe it should be just like press enter in this image, but that would simplify that, but it would mean we would need to store them somewhere else probably, because GitHub wouldn't allow anonymous contributions. So maybe that's something to consider to simplify and possibly get more results. Project status. So it's what we have completed since FOSDEM, so since January, February this year. So we have completed phase 4, which has been funded by AMD, by Internet Foundation. So we have full support, as we don't see not full, but for this older AMDs, we have this support integrated, and with this new approach. And most importantly, we have the UEFI support, which was lacking last year. So the hardware compatibility right now should be greatly improved because of it's mostly UEFI today. So in the last summit, Michał was trying some demo with laptop and CBIOS, which was a bit stretched, perhaps. So today, it should be much easier to find a hardware that we can run Threadboot on, actually. In terms of upstream, it's a long story. It started back in 2020 with first Linux and grub patches. A patch series submitted to mailing lists. Right now, Linux is on number 14, grub number 4. Why is that? There is some relation chain that we saw in the process. The Linux Intel series was first one. Basically, in the grub, we hear that we need to have Linux merged first before even we talk with the grub to have it merged. So that's like a prerequisite for grub. We need patches in Linux to be merged. Then we can go to grub and merge patches in grub. For the Linux AMD, we need to first merge Linux Intel, then we can merge Linux AMD in Intel. And it's been already 5 years on Linux Intel of development and also consecutive patch series. With Zen, maybe it will be a bit easier. We started Zen not that long ago. We are at patch series number 3. We are discussing number 4. And my feeling is that it might be the first one to get merged from these 3 projects. Yes, for the graph, as I said, we have links for those discussions if you're interested for the latest ones, but generally the message is that we need to wait for Linux. And with Linux, it's already number 14, so a huge effort from Ross, from Oracle, to pursue it for over those last 5 years already. It's a bit complex situation right now. The maintainers are not very positive, even after those years, or maybe especially after those years. It's being questioned about at this point why are we going with Trendboot if we have T-boot, because there is already some T-boot in kernel. So why do we have this second DRTM provider? Details in this thread, basically. One of the messages might be interesting. There was like a Qubes OS example, and one of the maintainers was wondering if Qubes OS is a real thing or it is just for hackers, because it was like an example of practical application. So maybe if you go with it remained unresponded as far as I know, so maybe if you go with Qubes OS numbers, maybe that helps. We have some estimation on user base. Note that we don't really directly need Linux for Qubes OS anti-evil mate, because we use grep and Zen, but we need this indirectly, because if we won't have Linux, we won't have possibly grep patches merged, and we will need to maintain grep patches if you want to keep with Trendboot for Qubes OS anti-evil mate. Further plans, various enhancements. The major one should be enable modern AMD platforms. That we would like to start with that one to greatly expand the list of supported platforms. We have one of that from the past, the RTM between Coreboot and UEFI payload. That's been hacked a few years ago. We want to investigate it a bit more, possibly. Some others, so especially we would like to focus on broadening the hardware compatibility. If we have this modern AMD, then boards like MSI Pro, B650, and a lot more should be supported. Possibly the Sharo hardware. There is no Sharo release right now, at least not the official one that has TXT properly set up. So maybe laptops could be an interesting case, especially for this anti-evil mate, which is mostly targeted at laptops. We can see that the upstream takes a long time, so we can estimate that it will take a few more years. So we should be ready for delivering Qubes OS packages for those who want to try this solution. We need much more testing and moving forward with the upstream. That would be it from my side. Any questions?
One very quick point. On an early slide, you said there was the SKInit instruction on AMD and the senter instruction on Intel. It's not the senter instruction, it's an instruction called getsec, of which one sub-function of it is called senter.
Yeah, that's obvious, sorry. Thanks.
I have for this tool for testing compatibility, is it the same image for both Intel and AMD, and how you provide the ACM binaries, etc.? How does it? Is it the same for all the platform, or do you need?
Yes, we have a single image. How do we provide that? We have a grep. We have a grep trying to load all of the ACMs one by one, and at some point it finds the proper one. Hopefully Yeah, that's the single image, and it tries SKL and then all ACMs, and then you get a bunch of errors on the screen, but that's expected. I want to fix that. But the current experience is that you run one of this entry and you get like 10 errors because 10 ACMs failed, but one silently succeeded. So it's not optimal. But
okay. And the second version, I haven't seen it on the slides. Do you also include a firmware version in the report? Because I think that's useful to.
Yes, I do. It's not full. It's not full YAML here. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Actually, can you tell me how the boot process looks like for the end user?
The boot process. So it was. No, it was here. So the boot process is simplified. Simplified. It's like usual, but you have in the middle you have like some additional component. For AMD, it's like.
No, well, I mean, is there like with HATS firmware, for example, you have a USB security device.
Okay.
Is there something like that with Trenchboot as well, or
Trenchboot is like only providing this DRTM bits, so it's limited to what you see here. It's Trenchboot is underlying technology for the Qubes OS anti-VMate solution, we can say. So for Trenchboot, there is no USB needed, but if you want this anti-VMate, I think the USB is at least recommended. There is also some option of not using it, but yeah.
Okay.
It might be easier if I. So, Trenchboot itself is just a set of patches to a bunch of repositories.
Yeah. Okay.
The end result of this is that you can get an attestation quote.
Okay.
And you can either do nothing with it, or you could build remote attestation on top of it. So, in the future, yes, there will. You can get a quote out in the middle here and go and check it in some other system or whatever your policy is. This is just building blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things built on top of Trenchboot is anti-VMate, which recommends using USB stick with some sealed secret to verify. But you can also do with internal disk. You get a bit weaker security model, but it also works.
Maybe also with TOTP codes, like authenticated. Okay. One other question I have: do you think that the Intel path is easier than the AMD path of the other way around? Like, do you think
Intel is much harder? I would say
Intel's harder.
From the hardware requirements perspective, it is. So we can say because it's more easier. It's more difficult to get a platform that would have match all of those marks. So we can say it that way. We can say also that we have this Intel ACM, which is a closed source brought from Intel, as opposed to this SKL, which is a secure kernel loader, part of the Trenchboot project, which is open source equivalent, we can say, of this component. So from this perspective, we can say maybe Intel is a bit more difficult to have a platform and maybe less open source components.
So do you also think that AMD OpenSil will help you more with this project?
I'm not sure if that matters that much.
Okay.
Yeah. This thing called SKL is a secure kernel loader. With AMD, they just said, here's some requirements, write it yourself. It's an appendix in the main manual. Nothing else really matters, whether it's OpenSil or something closed, it doesn't really matter. I guess the difference is that on AMD it's mostly left to us and there is zero documentation. It took like 6 months to figure out why we were always getting the same hash into the TPM, no matter what image you gave it to measure, because it's not even documented what the SKInit instruction does in the case of an error, and it's extend a fixed string into the TPM. Because even that's not documented. So AMD is much more simple on the hardware level, but it requires much more complicated politics to find answers to questions we need.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I have a bunch of. I'm sorry. So first of all, it's from Demi. How much is Trenchboot tied to Grab? So let's try to maybe quick.
I think pretty much right now, because this is the only implementation that we have.
It's worth saying that there are plans that wouldn't tie us to Grub, but they're in the future.
Yeah.
It's not like a design tied, but it's the only implementation right now.
Yeah. Zirbalazer asking for B650. I guess he should ask for B850 because 650 probably will not be done. So this is AMD.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much.
Yeah, so this would be also the thing. And my questions are about simplifying this Trenchboot ACL and inclusion in DTS potentially, Dasher tool suite.
The problem is that to actually see the outcome, you need to try the secure launch.
Yeah, but maybe we could include the boot money for the. Does it make sense, or you think it's completely?
Maybe.
Okay. And then gathering the results the same way as Dasharo HCL.
Yeah, so that would mean yes, that's one of the options.
Okay, that's it from me.
So that's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, let's talk about Qubes Windows tools. So this was supposed to be on-site presentation, but stuff happened. So, well, maybe next time. So maybe a few words about me, because this is my first presentation on Qubes Summit. I'm Rafał, or Omek at ITL. I'm an old-time Windows reverse engineer, and I guess I just like tinkering with low-level stuff. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember times before the internet. That's something. I'm at ITL for about 12 years now. My point of entry, I guess, was Ginwald Coldwind. You may know him from some interesting hacking. And yeah, I'm the main Qubes Windows Tools maintainer and developer. And I've been doing a lot of other random projects at ITL over the years. So what is Qubes Windows Tools? Just a reminder, I guess. I guess the main purpose of Qubes Windows Tools is to just make using Windows VMs on Qubes easier or better in a broad sense. And they contain several components. The most low-level one is, of course, Zen PV drivers that provide the hypervisor interface. We provided some contributions to them. I've made some additions to the Zen interface driver, mainly related to memory page sharing, both kernel and user mode. And right now, all the PV drivers are used in unmodified upstream form, so there is no need to have our own forks. So that simplifies development a bit. We also, Qubes Windows Tools contain all the usual Qubes services like vChan, QubesDB, QRExec. We implement most of the usual RPC services. We have the GUI agent for better integration with the host system, and mainly the installer of the Qubes Windows Tools is performing some OS optimization to make the Windows system more responsive, better in some ways, which I will also talk about a bit. This is some measurements that I've took to, I guess, see how much of an impact a disk PV driver makes in performance. It's not like some big test, just a synthetic one using a built-in Windows utility. And yeah, some numbers are big. I guess the improvement is pretty nice. It's mostly for sequential reads and writes. Well, random reads are also pretty. There is a pretty big difference there. It's hard to make some comprehensive network tests, but the disk PV driver definitely makes a difference. This is just for some, I guess you could say, quick test to convince maybe some people that these drivers do in fact make the difference. So what's the current state of Qubes Windows Tools? I guess the most important thing is that they work on Windows 10 and 11, which was my main focus in development for, I guess, the last year or so. The unfortunate thing is, well, unfortunate thing is that Windows 7 support is dropped. I guess it's not that surprising because Windows 10 is going out of support soon. But some people still use Windows 7. I guess in Qubes it's not that unusual because we don't really need network access, for example. But the big reason for this was a substantial GUI agent rewrite, which I will talk about soon. And this required pretty much a separate code base for Windows 7 and 10, and we just don't have manpower for that, for now at least. It shouldn't be too hard to support 7. Some Windows APIs changed, but it shouldn't be extremely difficult. But yeah, we just don't have resources for that for now. And I guess the main thing about the current state is that there are a lot of rough edges to improve. This screenshot is just a random thing that random screenshot that I took while making this presentation. The usability could be a lot better. This is just adding app icons, adding applications to the Qube menu. It doesn't look very good, and it could be a lot better. Let's talk about the GUI agent, and this was the most time-intensive thing that needed to be done to support Windows 10 and 11, and it's because Windows 10 dropped a legacy video driver model, dropped support for this, and the old tools used a legacy video driver, custom one, to manage video memory. And yeah, the new driver model is extremely complicated and making a full WDDM video driver is definitely not trivial. It is planned, I guess. That is my goal to make a proper custom video driver. But yeah, it's not simple. So for now, the GUI agent just uses some DirectX interfaces to capture video. It's not very fast, but it's relatively easy. So it works. It's mostly a stepping stone before implementing the full video driver. So yeah, we just the DirectX interfaces provide us with, I guess it's meant for screen capture applications. So kinda like GUI agent. It's not that great because I still need to use some tricks to get actual physical address of the video buffer, pin it, and then share with GUI agent, GUI daemon. But it works. So yeah, this required some new additions in the ZenPV drivers. It was mostly related to memory page sharing. Again, these changes all are upstreamed now. Another thing that took a lot of time and caused me a lot of grief, I think, I don't think I know, were some weird and subtle changes in windowing APIs, which are not really documented. You will see what I mean. Basically, okay, this is an example. This is mostly visible on pop-ups like this. The violet border is a rectangle that Windows APIs tell me what the pop-up size and location is. So you can see that it's not really accurate, to say the least. And a lot of Windows behave like that. In Windows 10, in Windows 7, it wasn't as apparent. I don't know what. Well, I know what changed. Mostly, it's because. Okay, let's talk about Desktop Window Manager, which is a compositor in Windows. It was introduced in Vista, but in Vista and 7, it was not as, I guess, ingrained in the system. But in Windows 10, it really has the ultimate power in the windowing world. I guess it's because the push to desktop to look nicer, etc., to use the transparent effects and other stuff. But because of that, it really complicates getting real window data. For some reason, the desktop window manager doesn't really have useful APIs to get real window state, like real position and size of window rectangles. You can't get. There are no APIs to get real window surfaces, like the real images of the window, because the compositor has the final say what the real window buffer is. And the old, I guess, legacy window APIs that are there don't report accurate values. So yeah, it looks like that. And I have some ideas how to fix that, but I will talk about it a bit later. Other examples, I guess, is Windows 10, I think, introduced a weird behavior. There are some windows that are reported as visible by normal windowing APIs, but they are not visible. There is a special desktop window manager flag that makes them as cloaked. Fortunately, there is an API, there is a WDM API for that, so this can be checked, but there are a lot of weird discrepancies like this. Another thing that took some time was making a new installer for Windows Tools. The old one was written in a now discontinued version of Windows installer. Well, I guess Windows XML installer. So I upgraded that. It was modularized because the old one was just one giant XML file. Now we have a proper Visual Studio project that is modular. We have support for localization, so all strings can be localized easily. And a lot of smaller or bigger improvements were added, like maybe not all of them are maybe not all of these PRs are merged yet, but yeah, stuff like enabling user autologon with slightly more secure method that doesn't store user password in registry in plain text and stuff like that. A major thing that needed to be done was Qubes Builder 2 support, because to make official builds of Qubes tools, we needed that, because Qubes, all the Qubes builds use the new builder now. So Windows tools are built in Windows VMs now. At least Yeah, I tried to make it cross-compiled, but wasn't able to, at least easily, because this is mostly because we now build PV drivers from source, and cross-compiling them is problematic. It should be possible, but again, this just wasn't a priority. So maybe in the future. To build tools, you just basically need one thing, which is Enterprise Windows Driver Kit from Microsoft. It's a free download. It's a giant ISO, like 20 gigabytes, because it's just a self-contained built environment and SDK, driver kit, etc. And it contains everything we need. We have a proper Qubes executor for the builder now. It uses normal Windows disposables to build every component. You also have an SSH executor if you want to just quickly test something. It uses SSH to communicate with a build VM or physical machine if you want. We have scripts to automatically prepare a template for a builder VM from an unmodified Windows ISO. So that's easy. All code signing is happening in disposable VMs in Linux VMs, I guess, that are network isolated, and keys used are used from a Vault VM. You can also build everything in one development machine without Qubes Builder if you want, which is nice for just rapid testing and prototyping. So what's the main issues right now? I guess mostly it's bugs, like probably with all software. One particularly weird one, which I'm still not sure is there or is fixed, because I haven't seen it in some time. I've noticed some really weird, really inconsistent and hard to reproduce freezes, which seem related to PV drivers, because from what I could tell, they happen like in mid-hypercall. They are really difficult to debug. And they usually occurred when finishing the installation, when the application icons were being synchronized. That's at least what I've noticed. Stability is an issue. And the other main issue, I think, is the GUI agent, both in performance, because it's not really, it's slower than in Windows 7. It's not that bad, but yeah, it could be better, definitely. And also, of course, this is an example. Let me see. The seamless mode experience, which this is an example of changes in the frame either not being reported properly by the DirectX APIs I use, or maybe there is some bug in my code, which I need to trace somehow. So this is a screen from, I guess, when Windows is starting or shutting down. This is the, I guess, progress wheel that's just dots rotating, and the bottom part is not being detected as being changed. This would probably be easier. Well, this would definitely be easier if I had a proper custom video driver, because then I would be tracking every change anyway in the driver. Yeah, so okay, basically main open issues are stability, performance, and seamless mode. Oh yeah, also currently there is no way to interact with the taskbar notification area in seamless mode. And generally the whole taskbar is more and more complicated in each Windows version, and in Windows 11 it's even more weird. So yeah, that needs to be worked on. And basically, plans for the future is fixing the above, so better performance, better seamless mode, and a lot of bug fixing. Also, yeah, the tuning of the operating system, it's not really comprehensive right now. It could be a much better, like disabling unneeded services, etc. I think it might be needed to do a more substantial rewrite of the GUI agent, because the current code is really old and really spaghetti, I guess. I might need to do some hooking into the desktop window manager to get real window info. And of course, the custom video driver is also in the future. One thing that I would like to do is release signing code, because that would allow us to publish PV drivers via Windows Update. This requires, of course, a Microsoft certification, but the test process is not trivial. It's definitely doable, and I have it planned. So what do you need to develop Qubes tools? Basically, you need a Windows machine, you need the enterprise driver kit. You probably should use Visual Studio. You don't need to, because you can build it without, but it's nice. Everything is pretty much explained in READMEs in all the components, so you can refer to that to really see every prerequisite. You just clone all the components, and that's pretty much it. Each component has a script that launches the Visual Studio with some preset environment to have everything ready. The installer component has the main project that groups all other components and can build everything in proper order. So yeah, you can build everything using Visual Studio. You don't need to. You can build everything via command line. There are scripts for that also use some functionality from Qubes Builder. That's why you need that. All binaries are test signed when built like that. And to use Qubes Builder, it's slightly more complicated because you need some setup, but everything is explained in Qubes Builder README. There are some example configs for that. Qubes tools have some pretty detailed logging that you can configure. I plan to make some utility for easier configuration of such registry settings. There are some more settings that are not explained anywhere, but are nice. That's also a thing that is in a pipeline, I guess. So yeah, logs are pretty detailed. There are timestamps, thread IDs, levels, functions, everything. If you want to debug something that is not easy to debug, for example. And apropos debugging, you can basically use a WinDBG in a network kernel debugger mode, which allows for both kernel and user mode debugging. Everything is explained in this documentation site. And yeah, there are some caveats like you do not want to install network PV driver on the target VM because that breaks debugging, because the Windows kernel debugger is really picky about network interfaces. But this is all explained in the above document. And then you can use normal debugging. You can have the source, the stack, variables, locals, everything. And of course, all contributions are welcome. So I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
You may be muted. I think Omek is muted, not sure. Can you hear us?
Okay, one moment please. We can change the audio input and output.
Yeah, sorry, something happened with my audio.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mr. Rafał, can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Musimy zmienić wejście. Can you hear us, Mr. Rafał?
Yep.
Okay, sorry for inconvenience. You should repeat your question.
Yes, sorry. Okay, I was just saying thank you for your presentation. I am Jens Juno from Vates, and I don't know much of the topic of Windows PV driver, but I can say that at Vates we are working on making them signed by Microsoft. Maybe you already know this, I don't know. But I have a colleague named Tu who is working on this, and maybe we should get in contact to work on this together and share the burden, because it seems that it's really painful to get those signed.
Sure. Yeah, it's not very easy. I've tried to set up the test lab, I guess. It was not trivial. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not just I think it's not just a technical issue. It's also that even if you get an account on Azure and you ask for signature, and well, they take huge amount of time to answer, and the support is really painful. So I don't know. Maybe we need to share our experience to get this progress forward. So maybe contact Vates, and I'll put you in contact with Tu about this topic.
Sure. Thank you. That would be nice.
Hi, I have a question. Regarding the seamless mode integration, do you know if VirtualBox has this implemented? Because I've seen it. Not sure if it's for Windows.
I've seen it some time ago. I guess I have not looked at it recently. I think I've looked at VMware implementation a long time ago, and they were using some weird hacks that also had problems. So yeah, it's not very easy. But yeah, I guess looking at other implementations is always a good idea, and I should be doing more of that.
Yep, thanks.
Hi, thank you for your amazing work. Can we have an image of Windows, including your tool, to have such image available in the Qubes template manager?
I'm not sure of the legal possibility. I guess I'm not really. I don't really know how the legal stuff of that would work, because is probably the distributing modified Windows images is not kosher. I'm not sure.
We'll get problems with Microsoft in that case.
Probably.
Yeah, distributing Windows image is problematic, but there is this...
For a legal sense?
Yeah. But there is this QVM Create Windows Cube tool that you provided downloaded Windows image, and it can embed the Cubes tools installation, so you get one-click install.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
So I seem to remember there was a warning about the Windows drivers for Qubes integration might be possibly eventually be insecure because they are hosted elsewhere. Does this now still apply?
No, this does not apply because we build the drivers ourselves right now. So this was because previously we used signed drivers from Zen, but now we build them ourselves.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe is someone on Jitsi channel who wants to ask the question. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's start, Piotr.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Piotr Bartman-Schwarz and I'm from Invisible Things Lab. And today I'm going to talk about some recent advances in device management in Qubes OS 4.3. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in person, but I can talk remotely. So this is how it is. My goal today is to discuss changes in external peripheral devices handling and to clarify any emerging inaccuracies because was a little confusion from the last presentation how to do this. I will cover how device assignment and attachments works, what is the differences between them in the final version, what's changed from the last year and how we can use the new features to improve security and automation in our setups. So let's start with short introduction. What is the peripheral device from the point of view of Qubes? The three parts is particularly important there. Each device has a device ID, which is not necessarily unique identifier, but it's generated based on the data delivered directly by the device and do not rely on any system source. The device is always connected through ports with ID. And for example, for the USB port, it's typically something like 4-10 or something like that. Or for the block devices, it could be something like SDA. And this port is connected to some backend cube, expose this device to the other cubes. And typically the backend cube is sysUSB or DOM0. Okay, so if we know that the device is these three parts, let's talk what is the assignment or attachment. To have the assignments, we need to add one part more, which is the front cube. So if you have the front cube, backend cube, and port ID and device ID, we can talk about the assignment or attachment. And this is only the example, and I want to go deeper to the difference between the attachment and assignment because there is still was some confusion and when we want to use which one. So we want to attach the device for the everyday device management like the USB sticks or your USB devices or some block devices. You usually want to use the attach, and this is the most important operation for the end user. It's pretty simple, but it's also more prone to user mistakes. For example, by mistakes, we can misclicking, we can attach the device to the cubes like Vault or something like that, where we do not want to attach any devices. And this can jeopardize the safety model. On the other hand, the assignments it's intent for the automation and pre-configuration of the system. It's less prone to the mistakes because everything is checked and done automatically. And since once you configure the setup, everything happens automatically. Of course, it's also important to ensure that this configuration itself doesn't violate our safety model, but this is a different story. And in case of the device attachment, we are always thinking about the actual device connected to the system. So we cannot think about the attachment if we do not have the device present in the system. In contrast, the assigning is intended for the pre-configuration, and this works even if no device is already presented in the system. So I can create the assignment of the device before I plug it to the system. So this is the main difference, and this is the tool. Assignments is the tool for automation. So if you want to configure your system, you should thinking about the assignment. But if you thinking about daily usage of device management, you think about the attachment. And in general, assignment is more complex, and there is many corner cases, and probably still some bugs to fix there because of that. Okay, just to remind, which operation works with which kind of the devices. The attachment doesn't work for the PCI devices because the hot plug of PCIs is not a case right now for our VMs. So the attachment is not available for the PCI devices. The assignment, just the assignment, also doesn't work for the PCA because it's include the hot plugging, hot attaching of the devices, which is not currently available for PCI, but it works. It's convenient for the, for example, USB. When I plug the USB stick or something like that, I can automatically attach it to desired front-end VM. Of course, there is also two extra class of the assignments. The first one is ask to assign. So this is the extra step of security. Before the auto attaching, we will be always prompt to confirm and required. This is how we usually assign our PCI devices. It means that this device is required to even start the front-end VM. And it also works for the block devices, but is not available for the USB or microphone. So you cannot say that the VM cannot start without the USB device or microphone, because this only will be introduced confusing, not any real use case. So we decide to not allow that. And let's focus on this attachment. As I said before, it introduced some field to mistakes of the user. So to minimize the effect of these mistakes, we introduce something which is a device denied list. So what it is and how it works. In the final version of the device denied list, we store it in the KVM prefs. So it's a preference of every VM in the system. And we can check it just by CLI by the following commands. And the list is define which devices cannot be attached manually by a user to a given cube by checking expose interfaces of a device. So if this encoded interfaces, which we can see here, are listed on the interfaces of the device, this device cannot be attached manually to the front-end VM. And I will show when it's important. There is also admin API methods to read and modify the list, but you can always directly do this by QVM prefs. And each entry of this list has a fixed length interface, and codex is like 1 letter and 6 characters follow it. The first letter is stands for the device type, like U is for USB, B for block, etc. And the following 6 characters are interfaces encoding based on content of PCI IDs or USB IDEs files. And for block devices and microphone, it's always 6 asterisks, and there is never anything else there. Because there is no subclasses of such devices yet. And let's go to the example usage of the deny list in the final version. The first one, just the 7 asterisks, means that it's matched to every interface which the device can expose. So it's denied all the devices, peripheral devices. And we can set such denied list like the 7 asterisks for the cubes like the Vault when we don't want to any attachment at all. So this is the most strict rule. The second one, for example, use 6 asterisks B 6 asterisk. It allows only microphone to be attached manually, and all USB and block devices are blocked. And the third line, we can see this U03 and 4 asterisks. This means that no USB HID can be attached. And I recommend this option as a, let's say, default for most or almost all VMs in the system. And the reason for this is that the most popular HID devices in everyday use is mice and keyboards. We don't want to connect directly to VMs. And there are also UTF or CTAP dongles, but we have the CTAP proxy for them. And finally, we have devices that perform the keystroke injections. For obvious reason, we don't want to connect it to any VM. Of course, if somebody uses some extra HID devices, this can be changed. But usually, most of the people we have this 4 types, and I don't think any of these types should be ever attached directly to the working VM. Of course, we can always bypass it by use the force flag, but we are already warned that something is not as we think it is. For example, if we have some USB sticks, which is also the keyboard, and we want to attach it to the VM for some reason, not by not only block device, but the whole USB sticks, it will be blocked if it's also a keyboard. So it protects from the keystroke injection. And the last one is the empty list. And this empty list is for now a default. But as I say, I prefer maybe make a default for VMs to U03. And the recommended way to modify the denied list is to use a GUI by Qubes OS global config, which cover most of the typical use cases. If somebody needs something more grained, it could use directly the CLA. And more info about that will be after lunch in the Marta talk. Okay, and the second topics I want to also talk today, it's assignment conflicts. So to be in short, there is 4 types of the assignments. The first contain both the port ID and device ID, so it's full assignments only for one device. The second one contain only port ID and accepting any device from this port. Next, only device ID, which accepts attachment from any port. And the last, which tries to auto-attach every device exposed by the backend VM to the front regardless of the port. And each assignment must be unique, so we cannot repeat the assignments. Assignments could differ with some options which could be added to the assignment, but this identifier, which is this 4 parts, have to be unique. And for example, if we write something like that, we create the first type of the assignments where the device ID is automatically loaded from the plugged devices. And if the device is not plugged, the error will occur because we have no delivered device ID. The second one, we can directly set the device ID, and in such cases, we don't care if the device is present or not. The device, we have all the information here, so we can create these assignments even if the device is not present. The second type, when we want to create the port ID assignments, in such cases, the port even don't have to exist. This is a use case, for example, for the block devices, like the ports there are dynamically created like SDA, SDB, SDC. So we can create some rules for that, and doesn't care if already there is some attached devices or not. Okay, we can also use the flag dash dash device, but in such case, we have to have the plugged device to load the device ID automatically from the device. Or we can use something like that when we say that we accept any from any port the device with the following device ID. And the last options is the wildcard, double wildcard, which accept every device from the backend cube and try to auto attach it to the front cube. And there is several cases when we can encounter the conflicts. For example, if we have the following setup, so we have the 4 assignments from backend cube to the front cube, and 2 assignments from backend cubes to the vault cube for the following rules. So we can see that in some cases we have the wildcard in the place of the port ID. Sometimes it's the wildcard which is as any device in the device ID. And we can different options like ask to attach or auto attach. And for example, if the device like this will be plugged into the port 3-1, we have 3 assignments which match to this event. So this is the first assignment, the second one, and the third one. But the second one will be chosen because it's the most detailed assignments. We have to have in mind that port ID has the higher priority than device ID. So the assignments, when we have the specify the port ID but not the device ID, is has the priority over the only device ID. And in this case, we have auto attachment of this device to the front cube without asking of the user. Okay, so even if we have this several assignments and 2 of them wants to ask for the permission, but this one do not want to ask for the permission, we have auto attachment without the asking. In the second example, if we have the device like that, but we change the port to the 3-2, we have also 3 assignments, in fact 4 assignments which match to the this event, but the most detailed one is the assignment, the second from the below, and there is two, in fact, assignments, one to the cube, front cube, and the second to the vault cube. And in such cases, the user will be prompted and asked to choose to which VM she wants to attach the device. And the last example, if we have something like that, so we have some device plugged to the port 3-3, there is still two matching assignments, because the first assignment take every device from the back cube, plug it to the any port, and try to attach it to the front cube. And in such cases, we have one assignment is more detailed than the first one, but this is the assignments to the two different cubes, so the user will be prompted in such cases also. And take-home messages, device API in Qubes OS 4.3. For scripting and auto-configuring of Qubes OS, you probably always want to use the assignments, not the attachment. We should use device denied list to minimize the risk of user mistakes. My recommendation is to set it to U03, which eliminates the possibility to attach the HID devices to VMs, which is usually not desired. And for the same front cube, the more specific assignments take precedence, and port ID is more important than the device ID. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Piotr. Are you ready to answer the questions?
Yes.
Okay, so we are preparing. There is the first person who wants to ask the question.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Can you state the reason why port ID is more important than device ID? I think that's counterintuitive, at least for me, because I would think the special device is what is important.
Okay, for some reason I cannot hear you anymore, so I don't know is the finish of the question, yeah? Or
shall I repeat the question?
do you hear me, or?
Yeah, can you state why the port ID is more important than the device ID? I would think a YubiKey plugged in should always work the same, no matter the port I plug it in. I know I can design it with the rules, but
Yeah. In such a way, there was no real. It was a completely arbitrary decision. We think that thinking like this, I can attach this particular port in my laptop to this particular VMs is a better mental model for the user, and that's all. So we can do something like that. That my device will always try to connect to my special VM. But if I have this one special port, this port always goes to the another VM, and this is only because of that. And also this because the port ID is something given by the system, by Qubes OS. So it's a little more trusted than device ID, which could be, spoofed. It's because it's the data from, let's say, not fully trusted peripheral devices. So we decide that the data from the system is a little more trusted, and this is the reason for this decision.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Piotr. Diplo here. So I'm
Hi.
wondering if you played around with printers and if you have any idea of the diversity of the device IDs and if there's a way to like detect when it's a printer.
Can you repeat
Yeah. If you
the end of?
If you have any idea on the, like, if you can infer that it's a printer from like the device ID.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
There is something like the device category already, and the interfaces usually works well. So if something say it's a printer, usually it's a printer.
Okay.
But you cannot trust it ultimately.
No, yeah.
But if something wants to work as a printer, they have to has a printer interface, and if they have the printer interface, it can be recognized as a printer. So yeah,
okay,
you can do this.
Thanks for the clarification. And yes, ports are more trusted. Thanks.
Okay.
Hello. How set in stone is the device denied setting? If you go back a couple of slides to your example deny list options.
Okay.
Yes,
this one?
Yes, this slide. Your second line there says that only microphones can be attached, but that will break when you add a new type. So, for example, a C prefix for CXL devices, which I'm sure some people will want.
Maybe.
Relatedly, is there a reason why it's not a comma-separated list? Forcing six characters seems to be an unnecessary restriction.
Okay, the first one, maybe this is, yeah, you are right. This description maybe is not the best one. This is not only microphone can be attached, but if you add any, by extension, any new type of devices, it also could be attached. But if you
so what one option for stuff like this, if you had a comma-separated list, would be to deny star, comma, and then allow microphones as the only class permitted. You need a little bit more syntax for this.
Yeah, but here we want to keep it simple because, in fact, we have no pretty good use cases for allowing only selected devices. Because if you want to allow only like one device, you can create a rule like the assignments, and assignments doesn't follow the denied list. So if you want to have the VMs with microphone, you can use it by like auto attachment. So
basically, assignments override the deny list. So you can deny everything and assign. You cannot.
Yeah, you can use the first one, like do not attach any device manually, and then you can create the assignments. Let's attach the microphone always to this VM, and by this you don't even have to click that connect the microphone. It will be attached. Of course, you can detach the microphone when you want. So this is the reason, and the second reason that we do not use the comma separated, we want to keep it also simple. And as I said in the line below, the recommended way to modify the denied list is to use the GUI. And if the GUI is not enough for your case, probably you have to think about why you use this denied interfaces. Because if you this is not for allowing the single device to be attached manually, because for that reason we have the assignments, and this is for something broader that I don't want to use the USB devices in such VM or block devices or something like that. So the block list is for the reason why we use the denied list is slightly different, I think. This is not for allowing everything except one device, but to eliminate broad classes like the HID devices is particularly dangerous because it's can try to attack by keystroke indirection. But let's say printers is not particularly dangerous.
And the last question is?
So one more, just out of personal curiosity. Speaking of creating new device classes, has there been any consideration for a future extension of this, where, for example, you have devices which you can, as long as you trust the vendor, you can authenticate and get like a unique ID for them? Would it make sense, or maybe it's something that could be discussed later, just out of personal curiosity, like if this would be something that would make sense? I mean, it would not be the SysUSB doing the authentication, because then you'd be trusting it, but maybe there could be one component that would give a truly unique ID, given that you trust the vendor.
Okay, but it depends how you want to store this unique ID for the device, where it's be stored on the device or on, because
well, I don't know too much about the implementation, but I expect the devices to be able to prove,
because many vendors which wants to have trusted devices, they have something like a serial number or something like that, which is already included in the device ID. So if you trust the vendor and you trust that the serial number is unique, this is more or less what you want.
it would be more like
you can also include in device ID extra information. It's, I think, a simple thing to do, but still is the question that this is the information which is provided by a device itself, so from not fully trusted source. So
yeah, I understand. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Piotr. There is someone on Jitsi who wants to ask the question.
I think not.
If not, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello back after the lunch break. So I will do some presentation about Qubes CI infrastructure. So yeah, I'm Uncle Dorfin's product leader of Qubes OS, and the thing that I spent most time on is reviewing and accepting changes into Qubes. And I'd like to ensure that we produced quality software. So there is a bunch of CI infrastructure we use to ensure everything works. Well, not everything, but most. So there's a bunch of stuff that we use for unit testing, and what's it? Okay. So there is GitLab CI, and I will talk briefly about GitLab because we used some years ago Travis service, but it stopped being open source friendly at some point. So, I think at that point, GitHub Actions were not really usable state, or maybe not even existing yet. I don't remember exactly. But we decided to move to GitLab. And for GitLab, there is this GitLab integration for CI for external repositories. But it didn't work with our workflow for pull requests, where pull requests are from forks, or not the same repository itself. So we did the integration ourselves. Specifically, Frederick did that. Yeah, and we use self-hosted runners. We have 3 or 4 physical machines with several VMs right now, something like that. This is most of the infrastructure, most of the hardware is donated by some of the by community, some of the contributors. Yep. So we have several runner types. The first one is Docker, very standard thing. We don't use it much, but it's the fastest one. So for very simple jobs, it's just Docker. Then we have type VM, which is just KVM in some cases, and in some cases it's simply Qubes VM, some disposable VM on some Qubes system. Then there is a Qubes type that is specifically Qubes VM, and it's configured to be allowed to start new disposable VMs. This way, you can use Qubes Builder v2 in a CI using Qubes Runner, Qubes Executor. This allows, for example, testing Qubes Builder itself. And recently, this Qubes Runner got ability to start Windows-based disposable VMs. This way, we can build, we can test Windows tools in our CI. Well, at least do a test builds. Yeah, and finally, there is another VM type, which is on a KVM, but it's using, but it has nested virtualization enabled. So it's possible to run Qubes OS inside the VM. So nested virtualization is complex, but it works to run Zen on KVM, not the other way around. Yeah, but this currently is used for CI tests for Ansible. That just happened to be a new feature we support. Yeah. So we have a bunch of unit tests, mostly Python unit tests, and we are trying to migrate to PyTest. Some repositories already use PyTest, not all of them. Yeah, it's a slow process. There's a bunch of linters, pylint, shell check, just built with error on any warning. This is enabled in most places, I think. And recently, we tried to format Python code using block formatter. There are some it's very opinionated. Not everybody likes that, but at least it gives consistent code style. So then there are some fusing tests. We use Google infrastructure for that, OSS Fuse. Yeah, and it's very easy to maintain, so not much from our side. And finally, there are build tests, which is everything that happens on the GitLab infrastructure I was talking about. We built all kind of packages that we support, the RPM deps, the Arch Linux, whatever the package format is named. Sometimes the whole template images. We also have a test that starts a container with something that looks like a target distribution and try to install the package there. This ensures that all the dependencies are set correctly and there are no obvious issues with post-installation scripts in the packages. We have also reproducibility test there. So when we do the first build, then we do a second build with a slightly different environment, and we compare if we got the same result. This is using the repro test tool, if I remember correctly. It's not very comprehensive reproducibility test because not everything you can change in the environment this way, but it catches the obvious reproducibility issues. And there's quite a lot of them. We have a summary page with all the CI results, and yeah, not everything is reproducible yet. Yeah, and this catches trivial errors. Yeah, so for more complex testing, we use OpenQA. OpenQA is running a lot of integration tests. OpenQA generally is a framework to test the whole system. So you start a virtual machine, and you can, and OpenQA gives you API to interact with this virtual machine, more or less as the user would do that. So you can click on stuff, you can compare, see what's on the screen, and like look for the OK button and click it, stuff like that. So we run a lot of integration tests there. So some tests are actually clicking on stuff. Some tests are just opening a terminal window and then type a command to run integration tests written in Python unit tests. That's actually most of the tests we do. And OpenQA provides nice integration to collect all the test results and present in a table, so we have all the test results in one place. Yeah, so yeah, some of those tests are just wrappers to run some other tool and then collect the result. So this is quite flexible. Sometimes a bit spaghetti, but yeah. One of the tests we have is for split GPG. So it's creating two VMs, one for the backend and create some key there, one for front end that start a Thunderbird, create a Thunderbird profile there to use split GPG, and then tries to send the email to itself and see if that email was actually signed and encrypted using the key in the backend. So yeah, we can do complex integration tests like that. Yeah, so if you would like to run integration tests manually, there is a catch. You need to stop Qubes service because the tests are starting their own Qubes service with like a slightly modified environment. So stop Qubes, start the test. Here it's using our own test runner, which is, we're trying to move away from that to use a standard thing, but it has some nice properties. And then you get test result. This is running just some of the tests, and like just 23 of them, and it's still how much is that? 45 minutes? 40 minutes? Something like that. Yeah, so there is more about OpenQA. We started using OpenQA as a tool for testing the installer itself. It was very time-consuming to do that manually because we support several different configurations, different storage layout, so we start installation on the one disk, maybe with standard partition, maybe with BTRFS, maybe with including all the templates, or maybe just the just Fedora one, just Debian one. There is a lot of different configuration, and every installation takes half an hour or more. So each time before doing a release, before using OpenQA, it was me sitting and doing all the installation basically for a week, sometimes more. So OpenQA test helped with that a lot, but then we started using it more. Yeah, so currently we run all of the tests. The integration test I've shown you before, mostly with Nose2 Runner, and then test results are extracted from OpenQA, collected in OpenQA, and we have a script to report it back to GitHub. So when you do a pull request to one of the Qubes repositories, we have a workflow to build a package from that pull request. This is using GitLab I was showing before. And then create a repository with the packages to test to send to OpenQA to install the system, install packages from this repository that was just created from a pull request, or actually many pull requests. We can do many pull requests at once. Run all the tests, collect the result, and send the result back to the GitHub as a comment in the pull request. Yeah, so this is the whole workflow, and we do that the same for updates. We have updates tracking system using GitHub issues. Sorry. So the same workflow works for updates also. Yeah. And this is how the test summary looks like. So the first section is for installation tests. So you can see there are 32 installation tests. So you can imagine each test taking about half an hour, something an hour. It's a lot of time. Then we have tests running on pull requests and on updates. So this is just the current testing repository, what you can, as a user, install and use. And this is pull request for test, including code that is not merged yet. And this is for about 50 jobs, if I counted correctly. 40. Technical issues? Yeah. Test? Okay. Yeah, so this is the test summary. And if you click on this particular test run, you get the list of test jobs. And if it's okay, it's just okay. If it's not, it shows some name. It's not very descriptive here. Yeah. But below, if you click on the red or green dot, you get a list of all the tests. Yeah, so we have quite a bit of testing. Single test run consists of over 9,000 individual tests. It's not that we written that many, but most of the tests we run on all the templates, and there are 4 templates by default. In some of the test jobs, we include also extra templates like Arch Linux. I think we have 1 or 2 test runs we did also on Gentoo. So there is a lot more of those. And if you combine the test time, if they would run sequentially, it takes 31 hours for a single test run. But in practice, several of those jobs are running in parallel, so it's about 4 hours, sometimes 5. Yeah, and on the average, there is 84 test runs a month, so it's about 3 times a day. Some of them are shorter, some are longer, because as you've seen, there are different number of tests in different categories, but yeah. And also, recently we started sharing the infrastructure to some other products. We have a secure drop that is based on Qubes. Secure drop extension is based on Qubes, so we also share our infrastructure to run secure drop tests. Yeah, and in the number of tests or the time used on the infrastructure, secure drop is currently a very small part of that. Maybe it will be bigger at some point. We'll see. Yeah. So that was mostly about running Qubes in virtual machines. But that's not all. We have also testing. We also run some tests on physical machines. So this is mostly for testing hardware compatibility, especially for Zen and Linux updates, to ensure that this works, all the drivers work, network, that suspend work, etc. We run most of those tests are running on Qubes certified laptops to ensure that all the updates are not like breaking compatibility with certified systems. There are some that in the CI that are not certified, just to have a bit of variety in the hardware, but yeah. This is also the only place where we test performance, because testing performance in a virtual machine with nested virtualization is not really accurate, because depending on what other things are running on the same virtual machine, you may get very different results, or depending on which specific physical machine it's running. Some of them are faster, some are slower, so that would be very unreliable result. But not a physical machine where the only thing that is running is the performance test, and it's also always running on the same system. We can see if some change improve some performance, or maybe introduce some regression. So we have this information. We don't have many of those tests. Currently, we test performance of storage subsystem, of QRexec, and recently of disposable VMs. Yeah, but there will be more at some point. This is also the only place where we test Windows. We tried installing Windows on the Qubes OS that itself is running on a VM. It works. It's not fast. So if I remember the numbers, it took about 4 hours to get just the installation complete, something like that. Yeah, it was not very practical. So since we have the physical machines to run tests, it's also Windows tests are assigned to physical runners. Yeah, so we test suspend. Oh, recently we started testing also GPU pass-through on one of the systems. There will be more. Yeah. So how is it done? There is a bunch of laptops mostly. Each of them has attached a separate computer, which is some of the single board computers, mostly Raspberry Pi. There are some others later in the slides. And this Raspberry Pi is responsible for controlling the actual target system. So it's controlling how power is delivered. So there is basically a smart plug that you can enable power on or off. In case of laptops, there is a bit of problem. If you unplug the cable, the laptop is still on because it has battery. So in our CI, there's no batteries. That's a simple solution. We need a reliable way to reset the system regardless how test went, if it was green or red. Yeah. So we run all of those tests without batteries. Then the Raspberry Pi is also responsible for interacting with the system with a keyboard and mouse, using emulated USB devices. This is not fully true. We have one that is using testing PS2 interface. So we have emulated PS2 interface for both keyboard and mouse. Then, yeah, power control, I said already. And also it collects the video output using mostly HDMI. So there is a capture add-on for Raspberry Pi that convert HDMI signal to camera interface on the Raspberry Pi. Yeah. And yeah, there is network boot for easier management, so I can select what is started, but the actual Qubes installation is on the local disk. And there was a description of more or less how it works in details in this article. It's an article from 3 years ago. So there is some stuff that changed, but the overall architecture is this way. Yeah. So you can go to the article for more details. And since that article, there are several updates. There is more systems. So this is a photo of the rack. It's more packed now. There's also color LEDs saying what kind of test is currently running. Yeah. There is new controller computer type, one of the Rockchip based. This is capable of doing 4K video. So we have some certified systems that are using high resolution screens. And we get questions for more. So we need a way to test that. So this is the board. The nice thing is there is built-in HDMI input. This one, I think. So I don't need extra addition anymore. Yeah, and it's more powerful processor. So there is initial setup in 4K. But I have full control of the metadata of this virtual display. So this is just 4K, but if I include information about the DPI, so what's the physical dimension of the screen, I can initial setup automatically detects its high DPI, so it enables scaling. So yeah, you can probably still you still probably cannot read text on this, but you can see it's bigger, and this is still a 4K frame. Yeah, some of the system got discrete GPU, NVIDIA, Intel. We don't have AMD right now. Maybe will be. We have a single test that testing GPU pass-through, and a single test that is testing SysGUI GPU. There will be more at some point, but we started. So this is from the GPU pass-through. If you look closely, It's rendering 4K, 30,000 fishes, and I've got 18 FPS. Not great. You get more on the native system, but without a connected GPU, you get half FPS. So it's an improvement. I got some power monitoring for individual hosts, so I got some nice graphs. So as you can see, laptops are quite efficient. So this is 30 watts during the full load during the test. Not that much. I didn't include graph with the NVIDIA GPU. It's way higher. Yeah, there are tests using Wi-Fi networks. So the Raspberry Pi is providing a Wi-Fi network, separate network for each test system because they are network isolated. So as you can imagine, if there is more system, there are more Wi-Fi networks. So I had over 20 Wi-Fi networks visible, and it was not working great to have. There are not that many channels. So now when a test is not running, the Wi-Fi is disabled. Yeah. And some of the tests are participating in Zen project CI. So there was old CI infrastructure in Zen project. It doesn't exist anymore. And the new one is based on GitLab. And there is some summary page. So this is test using QEMU. They're running in different places. And there are tests that are running in San Jose, and there are some running in Berlin. So this is using Qubes infrastructure. Yeah. Yeah, and this infrastructure can be used also for more stuff. It's used mostly for running tests, but if there are some development that needs to be manually tested or maybe developed on some specific system, it's also available for developers. I don't have some strict rules who can get access, but basically if you are a member of the community, probably you can, if you contribute a lot. And also, I have some script, unfortunately not published anywhere, but to do automatic bisection of some of Linux kernel and Zen. If there is some regression, I can just write a simple test case that actually tests just this thing, and then run bisection, and then in the morning I get a result which commit broke something. So that's it.
So not a question, but as a curiosity, I would also mention that OpenQA preserves the ISO images of the tested systems. So if someone wants to test out a fresh Qubes OS installation media, they can just go to OpenQA and download it.
Yeah, and you can fetch also a disk image of the already installed system this way. And this is what we use in GitLab that is running on Qubes systems. It's like full loop.
So another use case.
Yes.
So for context, I'm a contributor for the Secure Drop Workstation, and I can attest to the usefulness of the OpenQA infrastructure for being able to test stuff on Qubes. I have a question. I think we discussed it some while ago, but I don't remember exactly the answer. It maybe has changed, and now that we have some Zen people here, how likely are what is there a timeline for, or when we have essentially a way to restore a VM state as it was? Because, for example, right now, I think the startup cost is 3 or 4 minutes, just so it does the initial setup and everything, until we get the full desktop. But if we could just have the VM how it was, that would be kind of a...
Yeah, so this is about mostly the virtualized system, so the Qubes running in KVM. KVM does support saving the state to the disk, like dumping memory, etc. We did have it enabled at some point. A lot of stuff was crashing. So I haven't tried for several years. Maybe it's working now. But also we run those tests on different physical machines that have different CPUs, so you cannot really migrate state saved on one system to completely different system. So,
yeah. Could it be worth exploring for speeding up some tests that run on the virtualized environment?
I don't think so, at least right now. If we have like several of those jobs that each of them takes about an hour, so saving 2 or 3 minutes is not much.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think the only use case would be where you're like iterating on the test, and that's. But yeah, you can. We can deal with it. It's not a big problem. It's just like in terms of like an optimization. But yeah. Thanks.
You can avoid reinstalling the system, and we are talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a 3 or 4 minutes until we get like the desktop after logging into everything.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Maybe a very basic question, but for the testing, is there an accurate metaphor for battery life testing? Like,
well, yes. So this is why I introduced measuring the power usage. Currently, it's used only to draw nice pictures. But the reason to introduce this capability was specifically to test this modern suspend thing, because you had very little indication whether it's actually suspended. So I can see power usage during the suspend. So that was the main reason, but also I can see whether it's test efficiency and how much power it's using during idle, and
Amazing.
So
Yeah, because I know that that's a common complaint for Qubes users, and it'd be nice to understand if things are getting better over time, or
So those graphs are under full load, but we can also test on idle system. The capability is there. Somebody needs to write the test.
One day Qubes will get energy efficiency certification.
Can you get to the slide when you show the Zen CI machines?
This one?
This one? Yeah. Yep. There are AMD one. Yep. What are those? Can you say?
Those are just some random Chinese things.
Okay.
No,
but those passing, so that means that already those could be potential targets for Qubes OS certified devices, or no?
That's being able to boot Zen is bare minimal to start thinking about.
Okay, I get it, but then
like. As you saw in the HCL, there are hundreds of devices that Qubes work on, and we have like 10 of them certified. So,
but if you have something in CI, it's already, I guess, like.
No, this is Zen upstream CI that is looking only at whether Zen works. And
but it is in your lab.
Yes, hardware exists there, but yeah.
Yeah, that's also some kind of obstacle that is already.
Okay, one short question regarding the performance tests. Maybe it's an idea to implement these performance tests as part of the HCL tests on the system, so you have an indication how fast or how usable is the system which has created the HCLP report.
Maybe.
If I understand right, the performance tests are existing and can be used.
Yes. Maybe, it takes quite a bit of time. So the whole performance test run is, I think, 3 or 4 hours.
Maybe a shorter one.
Maybe.
But it's an indication for users to decide which laptop or system.
Maybe some small version.
Just to comment. We have also some runner for the unified kernel image. So when we build the package, normally there is some custom QRexec service that signs the payload. And also we have also some runner dedicated to signing. the UKI in the case of you want to open pull request against unified kernel image. Yeah, just a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, just a very small question. When you have when you have a physical machine and you basically connect OpenQA to it, do you have to learn, like, what software do you run there? Is there like something that you added to make the commands on the physical machines, or is it already part of like the OpenQA stuff?
Type on the keyboard, there's emulated keyboard connected.
Yeah, so like OpenQA basically. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the OpenQA runner is running actually on this Raspberry Pi connector. Well,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then you have
and
okay,
it's
then you have a runner
controlling USB gadget on Linux to emulate keyboard, mouse, and.
How hard would it be to do a self-test kit for this?
So I described all the somewhere there was a link. Yeah, I described all the setup here. All the scripts and code is public, but there is quite a bit of assumption hard-coded specific to my infrastructure, stuff like host names, IP addresses, etc., or support for specific servo motor to press the power button. So it takes some effort to reconstruct this yourself.
Okay, and then you need to use the OpenQA infrastructure to call in your thing, or could you run OpenQA locally without all the complexity?
You can. It's supposedly supported. You need to provide all the test variables. You interact with them. The settings page on the job, you need to provide all those values manually then.
Okay.
It's not end of the world, but also it's a lot of settings.
Yeah. Okay.
But also you can run OpenQA locally. They provide pre-made containers you can run and Docker something.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
good? Cool. So hi to everyone. So today we will speak about Ansible in Qubes OS. We will do some brief history on how Ansible finally reached Qubes OS repositories. So here I will talk with my colleague Guillaume, which is also recently arrived in ITL. So why Ansible? I think several people here can say why Ansible instead of SaltStack. So it's a familiar infrastructure as code tool for many users and people that like doing infrastructure as code. Of course, it's very much easier to use Ansible than Salt, notably to put your content, let's say in DOM0 or whatever, because there is some specific place to be used for Salt, some place, and it's not very easy to do some custom content. I won't specifically talk about Ansible technology, but generally you use Ansible side to tools like Terraform when you want to deploy an infrastructure, you want to give some state of your infrastructure, and then you do some provisioning with Ansible, with scripts or commands or whatever. But you can also do similar things in Ansible, so you can have some declarative life cycles, infrastructure state, and properties. You can still use Ansible in Qubes as a complement, or I hope an alternative to Salt directly, and also because it fits a lot of corporate use case. So the origin of the story, so I would like to thank, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but it was a project has been originally done by Kushal Das in 2018. He wrote the main part of Ansible, so it's basically two pieces. The first one, which is what we call a connection plugin, so when you have some VMs, you want to connect to these VMs and you want to perform some action on it. And so generally you use SSH or any networks protocol. And then, so he did that for Qubes. So the underlying connection is a QExec, of course. So no network at all. And then there is also some module called here Qubes OS directly to manage your cubes into your DOM0. So like if you will do some QVM create, QVM whatever command you will need, this module in Ansible manage your VM. So similar to what Terraform would do, you will create some resource, some cubes. So from this original implementation and to last year, there was a lot of improvement by doing some documentation to read the log. So thanks to the previous talk, it was nice to have, but yeah, I've kind of broke it. There was a lot of compatibility touch-ups, notably some fix about Qubes 4.1, Qubes 4.2, and some recent Ansible version to be fixed. But that's basically what has been done over the 5 to 6 years, past 6 years. And then we are in 2025, where Qubes OS finally has its own integration officially. We forked the work of Kushal Das into the organization, and we start adding CI. Of course, nothing was working. We start packaging it and so on, and finally we reach a build of the original work into the organization. And we felt a lot of, even I think last year also, some pulse to say when Ansible is coming. So yes, we tried. We did it for several reasons. So the first one was community reason, but also for different ITL customers, we were requested to push more the integration. So it helps a lot to do all of these tasks. And so we published, if you have seen on the forum, several early versions that was not to be used in production, but we still requested from users some feedback, notably what was working, what was not working, and so on. One point is that right now the version which is available is only working for 4.3 because we use notably the latest device work that has been done. So you can try if you want on 4.2, but you are almost sure that it will crash, especially if you manage device. So you can try it now on 4.3. And we fixed also recently some compatibility issues with Ansible latest version. So what we had compared to the original work of Qshalda, so as I said, we have some better device handling now, so we can basically do all the operation that Piotr spoke this morning. So you can assign and assign. You can have some different strategy of assignment, like if you want to strictly assign a set of device, it will ensure that you will have only this device assigned or unassigned or whatever. You can also have some append strategy and so on. So very modular approach of managing your cubes. We added a lot of cubes properties like features, like services, like also volumes. You can set your volumes private or root volume size and so on. We added some lifecycle helpers, so we can, of course, restart some VM. You can also wait for a cube to shut down or restart. For example, if you install some package into a template and then you want to create some cubes based on these templates, you might want to wait that the template restart before starting the cubes you will use after that, of course. We added packaging, as I said, so now it's about 2 packages to install, one in DOM0 and one in the disposable template cube that you will use, but this is something Guillaume will talk about after. So it's a second package. We have provided Fedora, Debian, Arch Linux packaging. And also, as Marek mentioned in the beginning of the afternoon, I was kind of frustrated to not be able to test any unit tests we added in the modules, notably, because when I start doing all the work on Ansible, I wanted to be sure that when you call some playbook or whatever, the module does exactly what you want. So I start adding a lot of tests, and I was very frustrated to say, okay, I have to send my build to OpenQA, wait hours to see if it works or not. And I kind of pushed Marek to say, let me do something specific for that. And so this is why for Ansible, notably, when you do some pull request, it will use some pre-configured Qubes OS system from OpenQA, notably. So it will just start it, and it will install the pull request package that has been built, and you can run your unit test directly on it. So it's fast and it makes it easier to test Ansible in the CI. Qubes proxy. So for that, I will let Guillaume talk about that.
So there are some security improvements that have been added to Qubes Ansible. So by the introduction of your new strategy plugin, which is called Qubes Proxy, and that tries to solve an issue related to DOM0 exposition when running Ansible. In fact, when Ansible is executed, Ansible will connect to target host to collect some data, like the facts of the target host, and a bad manipulation of those potentially malicious data could lead to command execution on the DOM0 and a potential compromise. So as I said, this issue is fixed by adding a new plugin, so the Qubes proxy strategy, and it will basically proxify the execution of Ansible through disposable VM. So basically, it will be executed before the play evaluation in the Ansible workflow. And it will look at the target host of the play and start a disposable VM for every host, build all the necessary files like an inventory, the extract of the play, all the target host variables, and of course the required RPC policies. And it will push all of these files on the disposable, start Ansible with the QR exec call, and collect the output, sanitize it, and print it to the DOM0 terminal. There's a kill switch that is implemented through a callback plugin that interrupt the execution of Ansible if you're running Ansible on DOM0 without the proxy plugin. The current limitation has been identified. So first, the access to fact and variable from other hosts is not possible. This is because the plugin will build a merge view of all the variables for the target hosts and put it in the YAML and push it to the disposable VM. So if your playbook tries to access to other variables, it will raise an error because the variable will not exist. Extra files may not be copied to the disposable VM. So the workaround now is to put the files in a role directory and call the role inside the play. So the proxy will see there is a role related to the play and will copy the entire directory inside the disposable VM. Task execution are not synchronous, but play execution are. That's quite the same behavior than the Ansible built-in free strategy. And disposable output is not parsed. So the impact is that play recap will reflect the number of play run, not the number of tasks. And currently, only a plain text output is supported.
So just to summarize a little bit, what is now the Qubes Ansible integration? So it consists of a module, as I said, with more features than the original work. It's still the same connection plugin with some fix and so on. We have some newly strategy plugin, as Guillaume described, so to prevent DOM0 exposition. So it really matches what Salt Stack does already in Qubes OS. And also the kill switch, directly the callback plugins. I will show you after what happens if you try to still force to use the default strategy and not the Qubes one. And so based on what I was saying, when we start to publish early integration, so as of today, we have now some security posture which is acceptable, and this is why now it's currently in testing repository of Qubes, because previous attempts were clearly risky and insecure. So how to? I described already that you need to install at least two packages, one in DOM0 and one in the underlying template that you will use for disposable VM. One thing to notice is that before doing the Qubes strategy, you were be able to directly call Ansible from any admin VM with the correct permission that was needed to just run your playbook from a dedicated cube, let's say some management VM. But as of today, we have not tested that, so I know a lot of people ask some help about that, but this is certainly something that we need to figure out if it still works, or at least what needs to be adapted thanks to the new strategy, let's say in the next steps. You have some example here. So when I said I kind of broke the read the doc is because I tried to reduce the original repository to its minimal content. And I've extracted most of the read the doc original work and example into this file. And basically, I'm expecting that we start contributing into the new read the doc version to probably give some section about using infrastructure as code in Qubes OS, either Salt, of course, but also Ansible. You have, for example, this repository that I use to test. You have some Ansible playbook to set up SplitGPG, set up Qubes Connect TCP, whatever. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking about when I wrote that. but you have some example how to use that. But more important, you have the one we did recently for the 4K setup in our CI. And so this is the one I will just show you and explain. So here, I tried to put something bigger to let people see correctly. So I will just string the whole playbook, at least the main entry part. So here we start. I hope most of you will understand, or at least some of you have some idea of how Ansible works. But basically, you will say that for every host here, which is local, aka DOM0 in this case, you will run this set of tasks. The first task here is to create some cube, which will be called a test video line. It will be of VM type, being standalone VM. You give some label, you give some state. You say, I want it present, but not absent, of course. I continue the property, so imagine I'm just scrolling. You say as this template, this cube will be a standalone VM based on the template being Debian 20xc. 12, with some properties. So it's for 4K video. We want some GPU pass-through, so we set the virt mode to be HVM. We remove any kernel parameter, and we set the max memory of the total memory at 4,000 megabytes. And then we have the block of setting device strategy and device. So here you have the device, and strict means I just want these items being the device. So here it's just some weird syntax to get some PC device variable that I will show you just after. So basically it's a GPU card. And then we continue. We now go on the host that we recently created, and we will apply the roles being called OpenQA video. You can see the role and all its definition in the repository. I won't show it here, but basically this is how we do to apply some roles to the host we just created. And then we will, after that, wait for this video, to this cube to restart and to wait. That is, we finally restarted because we will, of course, run some tests, and notably the aquarium that you have seen this morning in the Marek presentation. And so I hope the Qubes OS TV show, so if you don't know what to do on the weekend, generally with Marek, we take some popcorn and we see if OpenQA jobs work. And so here, I hope you can see. I just want to change the speed work, if I can do that. I can't click right to change the speed. Why? Maybe? Or speed 0.5.
Maybe hide the timestamp. There's an option on the bottom.
This one, no?
This one, yes.
Yeah. Maybe?
Click off.
I think
You need
Off. Click off.
Okay, I was not seeing. Yeah, sorry. So yes, just here to describe what's happening. So we copied some all the Ansible roles. We downloaded. You can recognize the standard output of so the playbook here is called setupvideo.yaml. You have some roles directory along with some file, with some task also, and so on. And then we trigger with the standard Ansible playbook command, this playbook here. And you will see here we pass some PC device set of variable, and then we see that it will, let's play it. Okay. Can I do that? I guess yes.
On bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, better.
Come on.
Hit a space.
Okay. So it will be a bit of few seconds. So here it has created on the local host the test video line, and right now is just applying all the roles, tasks defined in the here main.yaml here. So it will just take a few seconds, and we will see a lot of things. Maybe I can just accelerate it a bit. We have some updates popping to say, yeah, there is something. I can say pause. You see it run a lot of tasks. to just set up. So if you want to set up GPU pass-through, you can check everything that we do. And you see that it restarts, and I think I just stop it. So it's wait for restarting because we apply, and you will see, if you don't see this, yeah, it should normally run the window that you have seen earlier. No, you don't see it? Maybe it was too short. Yeah, too quick, maybe. I don't know.
Is it running or is it pause?
Why is it stopping? I don't know. Yes. So here we start these famous aquarium things to check automatically in OpenQS the XPS. Okay. Up. And so what you should not do, basically, is if you set any strategy. So when you install the package, we define some system-wide strategy to say every time you run a playbook, you use a strategy which is Qubes proxy now. But if you try to enforce something else, like the linear strategy or the free strategy, you will get some big error message to say, don't do that. Better use what's provided just below, because you expose your DOM0 to potentially something insecure. So we just showed you in the previous slide that Marek made some very small proof concept on how you can exploit your DOM0 from a malicious cube. So you can take a look how it works and why we need that, actually. It's very simple. So thank you, Marek. Yeah. And so where this leaves Salt, I hope soon away from us, but that's my personal opinion. But still, Salt remains still the official configuration engine for Qubes. But now, Ansible, thanks to every community feedbacks, every customer that we had that use now this version in production, it can be considered a viable alternative, also almost in a good state. There is still few things to be fixed, like installing package in DOM0, to not use DNF, but use Qubes DOM0 updates and things like that. But no more security issue, at least as of today. And you can expect that we give the best effort to track potentially any improvement or any things in parallel to Salt. We will do it. Some ideas. So we still need to improve the strategy plugin. So based on all the limitations that Guillaume told you earlier, we had to, for example, add more templates in the CI. When we do some OpenQA run, we generally install few templates. We had to add more templates, like minimal ones, notably to check if you want to request some task to become, being root or not. We need to be sure that it works also with minimal templates. So we had some bigger image with a lot of templates, but we still now have to add, I hope, the Qubes package inside the template itself that we use to actually test more in the CI. I hope, and I really want to have some full coverage of the modules, plugins, and so on. I think we are at something like 60% of coverage, maybe a bit less. But it's not a big deal. I think we can do it, and we can really track any issue that could happen later. And yeah, it's my hope. Improve documentation, of course. So please, anyone which will help us test at least or give some feedback, it will be lovely. And we need also to provide some now equivalent for setting up Qubes infrastructure repository. So basically, when we set up infrastructure to build a Qubes OS package, Qubes template, ISO, and so on, it's a big Salt repository of formula. So the same one for setuping, sysnet, sysUSB, whatever that's happening in the initial setup of Qubes. We have already most of them, but we will soon provide them in the public domain, and also some runner setups and so on. So just having fun with Ansible content creation. And of course, I would like to thank Kushaldas to have done this early work and still most of office work is still here, of course. Thanks also the early contributors before this year and most of the recent people that worked on the repository and made it finally something real. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. So one thing is, of course, I don't know, maybe it's you, maybe it's Mark, the long-term strategy, like 3-5 years, because entering the SALT was something, and this effort, it's development. People spend time learning, building the arsenal, and right now they essentially left with concerns. For me, it's a kind of big concern, because back in the days I was asking about Ansible, but then the answer was it would not be official. And official is SALT, and we will do SALT. So I said, okay, I will learn SALT. I did that. I have a bunch of scripts which do stuff. And I guess if someone go with that to production, then it could be concerning. And by the way, I think Ansible is very valuable and maybe even better than SALT, because SALT to some extent is brain damage. Although after Ben presentation last year, I did 2 years ago the presentation about SALT. Then Ben do way better job, and I think his design is really, really great. And that's my another question about providing some structure like Ben did for Ansible, because his example is really a role model how to use things for achieving the very limited application dedicated solutions. Maybe Marek, you got better practices, but if you have, you should publish that, because that's unless this is some top secret and.
I will start answering, but I think Marek will finish the answer. So I hope that Ansible will be an official replacement for SALT, and also the answer to solve most of the concern of, every kind of people I meet in corporate environments use Ansible. Ansible is almost the default technology for infrastructure as code, so it's very friendly. There is a lot of support of it, but the question if we should at some point change to something else to replace that, that's my call. I cannot decide, of course, but that's my willing.
Yeah, so in 4.3, both are supported, so you can use SALT and you can use Ansible. SALT will remain supported as long as it's viable. Currently, each time we update Fedora template, there is new Python version. We hit some compatibility issues because SALT usually is compatible with only older Python versions, and usually it's a small change we need to make, but if this will stop being viable to support, we will give some time to migrate. But the current plan is to keep supporting both as long as it's viable. So the whole period time for 4.3, maybe the whole period for 4.4, we'll see. But the current plan is to keep supporting both.
And so the second question, so nothing will remain hidden for now. It's just because for the last 3 or 4 months, we did all this work to implement what we presented, while also doing all the example, like I said, sysnet, sysusb, device, etc. So we just need now to clean everything that we created to have something clean to expose, to publish.
Okay, I guess from Ben's Kusal project, most interesting for me is the strict isolation principles that he's using always, and if that could be somehow automated. So for example, for me, typical problem is I create new VM, I just want to have essentially this block everything, and then I'm looking at TCP connectivity, check what service it reach,
sometimes I'm surprised some application reach too much and try to fetch some stuff. Then I block all that stuff and see if that application works, if it's usable. So automating this process, of course, I know this is like very far in future, but I think that would be very useful. So automating kind of this unblocking the needed stuff and block by default. And the other thing is the DNS. So DNS is resolved at the build time.
Both of those are not really related to Ansible. It's
Yeah,
a separate tool that would need to be implemented
But
somewhere.
this is basically what we also can use as test inside the Ansible code. We need sometimes some example. Let's use some real world example, or at least something useful to validate it works on the code itself. Yeah.
Can you configure firewall settings in Ansible?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is something I'm not sure. No, I did not want, but I wanted to do it. Basically, I want to coverage every configuration that you will do as normal user also.
Yeah. Last question from me. The remote execution, because I guess that this would be Qubes Air kind of compatible. So for me, it's already like I already made the decision to switch. If you will continue the development, and it looks like you will, then I probably will switch. How this works, this remote execution. So can you go with like in Qubes Air POC, like remote VM execution?
Yes, basically it's just underlying the connection is just doing file copy or VM console, the VM run RPC. So it will just be relayed by the underlying implementation of Qubes Air. So it's very normal. At least there is something to be tested. I see Marek.
Can you create a remote VM using Ansible?
But I'm not sure yet. But yeah, in fact, as a remote VM is seen as a normal Qubes, almost. Sorry, Marta, almost. I think connection will work.
Okay.
Yeah. And so my hope for the GUI part, it's also something that I think we talked about a few years ago. Is to have some nice library, some GUI tool to say, I want to install this playbook or something, in DOM0 or in VM. So yeah.
I don't need GUI, but okay.
Some library things, that could be great. Yeah.
Isn't there potential for conflict between a salt configuration and at the same time using Ansible?
Unless you call them in parallel, no, there is no conflict at all. Just different tools doing similar things. Yeah.
Okay. Well, question.
From your experience in developing Ansible plugins, how feasible would it be to use strict for Qubes existence?
I'm not sure to understand what you mean.
So imagine management VM.
Yeah.
You say that these Qubes exist throughout the whole tasks.
Yeah.
And the other ones which weren't stated just don't exist or are deleted.
How am I deleting it?
I don't know, an Ansible plugin. Like if there is a way to basically make this logic as part of like an Ansible plugin.
I think if I understand, I'm not sure. You can just say absent. You have some cube being absent. I'm not sure if it's.
So imagine the playbook creates A, B, and C.
Yeah.
But now the new playbook just creates A and B.
I think it will just crash because the host does not exist. Because it will try to connect to the host which doesn't exist. So just normal connection.
No, it's just the creation of the cubes. So it's basically if you're doing this normally, like there is an update, and so you need to say A exists, B exists, but C does not exist, and you need to keep it forever. Is there?
I'm not sure to see, but
we can
yeah. I'm not sure to see.
You never remove stuff. You only change the present to absent. Yeah.
Yes, like something here.
No, I get the principle. It's just that if there was the chance of having some hackery in Ansible that could make this work, but I think it's like outside of the scope of Ansible, so it's yeah.
Oops, sorry.
But the state of present means that you have a check implemented. This is
yes, it will create it if
so
it
you
doesn't.
can run it item potentially and can repeat some stuff. And,
yeah, you can check if it is. Yeah.
Okay, okay. And you spoke about some limitations, but
Yes.
I'm not sure which limitations.
Basically, I can also answer very quickly. It's here. The fact that you use some intermediate VM, so here disposable VM, you are not you cannot use all the Ansible flexibility normally to have some host accessing some other host facts and so on. So this is something which is sometimes used. So this cannot be done because one cube cannot access other cubes' facts.
Yeah.
So this is one limitation for now.
And is there a way of proxying or
We will figure out. I mean, we don't have right now some idea because we're just restricting the execution to some very specific context. So well, we need to find some way to improve that without compromising DOM 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's about templates? Last question. Sorry. Last question. Can you handle templates with your?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, of course. You can provision templates.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
right. Hello again. This is going to be pretty pictures talk. I want to give a little show of all the fun new 4.3 GUI improvements and maybe explain a bit how they happen. And in the context of my yesterday's talk also, maybe explain why some decisions were made and how they look. Main thing is we're continuing the work on devices. As in Piotrek's talk before, you have heard, we have the new devices API that gives so much more power. And so I used it also to redesign a bit the devices widget and device settings to give you more control, more fun options. A lot of the design is based on community feedback, including last year's extremely productive design session on this summit, so thank you all. The evolution of the devices widget, this is the old state from 4.0, which had a lot of problems and a lot of user reports of being like, okay, I'm constantly misclicking things, have no idea what those things are. I can use it, but that's just because, you know, you get used to everything. We are very adaptable creatures, we humans. Then in 4.2, we made it a bit more readable with a bit more information and new options like attaching to new disposable cube. And now, the differences are a bit slighter in the way they look, but there is one thing that's using the new devices API that I think is very nice and valuable is the fact that now we have more categories of devices. So you will know better what the hell you just connected to your machine, or at least what the thing is saying that it is. My experience has been that you can discover truly fascinating things. For example, my headphones claim that they are a keyboard. I have questions. I think it's because there is the volume control, but still insane. And well, that's the idea, to make it a bit easier to use and to understand. Oh yeah, sorry. Now I have the nicer description. And also, we're getting some actual settings for devices. One thing is, if you have some storage devices, it's pretty normal for them to have a bunch of child devices, especially if you have a lot of partitions. It can be extremely annoying to use when you connect your trusty USB stick with 15 partitions, and then the widget becomes a bit unwieldy. So there is an option. You can enable persistent per device hiding of child devices. It's here on, oh, here. What it means is every child device of this device is going to be hidden. If we enable this, you just get one, not all of them. It's persistent, but by what we mean that all devices that claim to have the same ID will have the same option active when you connect them later. In this GUI VM, so like this happens for me in DOM0, so this is stored per GUI VM. Once you are using sysGUI, it will not be persistent, I think. No, I'm lying. I'm sorry. I'm lying. It's in the USB VM stored, not in the GUI. So better. What did I click? The wrong button. Sorry. Another thing is for cameras. The thing that we encounter constantly on our own Qubes team calls is that somebody connects their camera but not their microphone, or their microphone but not their camera. It always takes a couple of iterations until we all get, we can hear and see each other. So the very special settings here is that for cameras, you can enable setting that says attach with microphone. When you're attaching this camera, it will attach itself automatically with the microphone. And when you detach it, it will detach itself with the microphone. It's also like stored per device. It doesn't apply to all cameras, just the one you have set it on. It's a small thing, but at least for my own use, it has been very helpful in not forgetting to do that all the time. Yeah, and because you need to remember that you click this, because I, for example, would never remember it. There is an information like in the box that shows you information about the device. This device will attach with microphone to remind you that this is actually what's happening. All right, so those are the small changes in the widget. We have a bunch of bigger changes in the device assignments. global config thingy. Because as Piotrek has described, we have great new features like better, more comprehensive automatic attachments and blocking manual attachments. It's all really great, but it needs some sort of graphical user interface. So we made new graphical user interface. You can also see that the global config looks a bit different. I'll come to that later. So now it has a new tab that says you can set device attachment. Well, I call it policy because it policies what you can attach. Assignment, device assignment, and required devices. You can do two things. You can do automatic, as Piotrek has described, you can do automatic attachment when VM or device becomes available. It will attach automatically, but you also can do ask to attach. So when you connect the device, Qubes will be like, oh, look, I see this microphone is now connected. Do you want to attach it to the VM as usual? You can see here, I have two devices. One of them has set ask to attach to one of those Qubes. This means I'll get a choice if both of them are running. And I get one that will attach automatically to work Qube the moment it's on. This is something that also Piotrek has described, so I will not get too much in the detail here. We can also set the assignment based on the port the device is plugged in or the identity of the device. The limitation is here that if the device is not plugged in, it's called unknown device, unfortunately. Yeah, and this is the GUI for actually setting those settings when you can pick what do you want to match, what do you want to do with it, what will happen with it. And you can, as we mentioned, you can also block device attachments. It only applies to manual attaching, so it's supposed to help you not make mistakes, which has been a big thing in the GUIs I'm trying to improve for Qubes. You get a list of various device categories. The list that we get is based on painful looking through USB protocol specifications and hoping we get sensible categories. So if you ever have any opinions on that, improvements, please. Opinions here are very welcome. It's been a journey to discover how terrible USB devices are and how many different categories they can pretend to be or be. Yeah, and for example here, I have it set so that printers, microphones, smart card readers cannot be attached to work Qube. I also did a very small change that's very dear to my heart. The global config will actually show you a small dialog saying saving changes. I know it's small, but at least I sometimes was like, did I actually click the apply? Or for what am I waiting for? So that's a small change that makes me very happy. We also did a pass on icons everywhere, because the thing about icons in Qubes, most of them were used in like how they appeared. Well, somebody used some defaults at some point and they just kept appearing, right? Which means that for a lot of icons that we used to have in Qubes Manager, for example, they were quite, of course, a lot of us are very used to them, but they weren't exactly readable or like interpretable on their own. There was this like fun row of icons in Qubes Manager that actually was supposed to depict the Qube class, except that like, well, I even asked Marek and he couldn't match the icons to Qube classes. And I think if he cannot use them, it's probably unlikely to be very understandable for anybody. And that's why, also that's what I mentioned yesterday, we now have a unified icon set to try to make them all fit together and use the same icons in different places. Not everything is yet ready, but you know, work is happening. There have also been some improvements on making the Qube icons better as VG files. Small things, but hopefully will just make everything look a little bit better and less messy. And there was a redesign of the whole global config to surface more information. It used to have a lot of tooltips. And tooltips are not very good for accessibility often. Are not always very discoverable, so we try to move more of the text to be visible. That's on me. I used to love tooltips, and only then I was converted that maybe they're not the best way to be the only way of showing a certain information. So now a bit less tooltips, a bit more text, a bit more description. And I have to admit, writing those descriptions is a very difficult task to make things short and understandable. I will not say how many passes happened with the preload disposable setting, but I think it's at least like double digit, definitely maybe a triple digit of attempts of making it sound somehow good. And there is a bunch of contributions from community, and especially I do want to shout out Ali, who has did a lot of GUI contributions, so thank you, Ali. One of the small but nice things is now we have application icons in VM settings, which is just makes it easier to find the right application, especially if a given distribution loves to give very non-descriptive names for applications. There is an option to launch root terminal from the domains widget. If you press shift when a menu is open, you get, instead of normal run terminal, you get run root terminal, which is a nice, small, helpful thing. And the thing that I really like is that you can add some freeform nodes to every cube if you want to make any sort of node for you. It's not going to be in any way like parsed or nothing's going to be done with it, but it's just going to make things look. It's going to be useful for your own reference. What are the future plans? As you have seen yesterday, a big part of the plan is like rethinking, cleaning up the whole widgets cube manager situation, getting an up-to-date design guidelines into documentation so that it's easier to reference things without being like, oh, maybe there's a talk about it on Qubes Summit. Maybe I'll watch the recordings. This is not great UX, I would say. And also, hopefully, we can work on better backup GUI and user experience with, hopefully, we can work on having wing backup, which would be incremental and wonderful, better integrated with Qubes itself, and give itself a good GUI. Yeah, so this is a very brief overview, and that means that we caught up with the schedule, shockingly. So thank you all very much, and any questions, comments, opinions?
Yes, I especially like the pop-up with the I'm currently saving your settings.
I know,
That's
right?
really great.
I know. This is just very dear.
Did you think about maybe implementing a search feature for the applications to assign to a cube?
Oh, so like when you have this...
You had one slide, yes.
This one?
Yes, that left and then above all available applications that you can search for the application.
I would say I never thought about it, but this sounds like a very good idea.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, yes. I'd like to do that, yes. It should be easy, maybe. Famous last words.
Hello. Could you please go to the slide with the notes for the Qube HQ?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a minor comment. I see notes and comments up to 265 kilobytes of clear text. Maybe it's scary for people who don't know to measure up text in kilobytes, how much it is and what it means.
I would disagree on, like, we put megabytes and bytes and we put megabytes and insist on being like legit MIB, not MB everywhere. So we get very precise about those units. I do think that like this feels like there is a limit. I guess.
Exactly, there's a limit, and maybe just to say around 250 and 6,000 characters around.
Or
maybe
we
it's
should
better.
maybe we should just say limit, not unlimited or something like this, because this is a lot, I think.
Actually display how many characters left.
Always a critic, always. But yes, this actually sounds like a good idea. This actually would solve the problem of explaining what it is. Yes, you're right. That's a good idea. Yes, okay. That's a good idea for the next pass on this.
I think Ali is listening.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yes, Ali is listening, so.
It says to inform the person who asked about the search feature for applications to open an issue. He might do it.
Please open an issue.
Okay, I'll open an issue.
Yeah, that was for Vessel.
And the limit is
that was for
because
Wessel,
of
I'm sorry.
X11 clipboard size.
Yeah, I mean, the limit makes sense, but the good point is how to communicate it better. Yes, because Ali says rightfully that like there has to be a limit, like allowing us to put the entire text of the Ulysses in the Qubes nodes. Cube nodes perhaps is not the best of ideas, but it should be better, like more clearly communicated. Yes.
So maybe I missed that regarding this hiding stuff, hiding of the childs. So were those childs then after hiding?
Hidden? Hidden? You can go back to the device and like
so
say,
you cannot
okay, show
go
them.
more advanced inside?
No.
Okay.
No,
okay.
at this point, no. At this point, no. This is something that at some point I would like to implement, like this like tree view of devices. But I want to first we want to finish designing the interaction model that we talked about yesterday, and then implement those things like this in it. But this is a thing that we are keeping in mind, because yes, showing it as like a hierarchy would work well. The problem with showing it as like nested categories also was a bit of a problem with the menus. And one of the reasons like the widgets are quite limited, because when I got to third level of nested menus, XFCE started to be very cross with me, and like it stopped working that reliably. Even found a bug report
So
about
I can imagine this feature can be annoying, can be positive in some cases, but then you mark it, and then you have different device for which you would like to see those, and you cannot reach that. So that's, but that's definitely a step in good direction.
Yeah, but I would like to explore in the future a way to show the hierarchy and not just have a binary show children, hide children. Yes, I think this is a good direction to go towards.
I think the second thing is the switching of the mic and headset, which I guess Matthias from yesterday industrial talk said about conference VM, and somehow like kind of, okay, I'm switching to conference mode. I just like, please, those devices which are. So that's another question with the assignment. Can I, if I have given attachment, can I say, okay, that attachment is something that I like, I would make it assignment.
You can't do it, but that's a very interesting idea. Could you make a ticket about it?
Sure.
Because I think this is a, yeah, please. Yeah, it does make sense.
I think in some of the menus you had this preferred or favorite device.
Some designs, not in some implemented menus.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
You've seen pictures, yes.
Just to be sure, the nodes, it's a property of the cubes now.
Of the cube, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It also should survive backup or things like this, like it comes with the cube.
And you can do whatever you like with Ansible with it, if you.
That's a very good question.
That's a very good question. Soon. Oh, but that's a cool idea, actually. Huh.
I have a very short thing. Can you go to the slides about icons?
Yes, what do you don't like? I know that, I mean, I'm going to also fix the way they work in dark mode, yes.
No. Why the new cube is the only one that is colorful and otherwise all the others are not?
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, I can tell you why, but it's not a good answer. So let me try to think to make a persuasive answer or fix it and make it black and white.
It looks nice, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's mostly because some of those icons just come from programs that are being called. And that's why, like, it's just a program icon. But you're right that it does look inconsistent. All right. Thank you.
5-minute break.
Hello, my name is Ben, and I'm going to present fast and fresh disposable cubes and how this is reviving a decade-old issue. This table. Hi.
Yes, it's working.
Okay. Test. Okay.
Maybe you're speaking to.
You have to speak up. Okay. Hi, my name is Ben. Yeah. I'm going to present fast and fresh disposable cubes and how this is reviving a decade-old issue, and how things in cubes can take time, but they happen. Yeah. Table of contents. I'm going to start explaining a bit about me, why the disposable usage is low, how preloaded disposables can help, some demo and benchmark at the end, acknowledgements, contact, blah, blah, blah. I'm a FOSS maintainer and contributor. I've done some things for cubes. The management stuff was more during this task of preloaded disposables, which I also interacted with a bit of GUI applications. Bit of surprise for me. I did some things for QRXX, such as the Vim QRXX plugin and Qubes Policy Lint and Qubes Policy Editor. And I did an orchestration tool called Kuzal to manage your cubes with Salt. I've contributed to other projects also. Disposables. They are pristine cubes, and they aim to provide a pristine environment, of course, which is clean and more secure than running code that you don't trust, or opening an application you don't trust on the same cube as your client, as the receiver. And they also provide a consistent environment, so when you want to test different things with always fresh cubes, you always have the same environment. There are two types of disposables, named and unnamed disposables. The preloaded disposables will utilize the unnamed disposables only. And the difference between them is that unnamed disposables, they are shut off when you close the first application that you open in them, when the color ceases. And with named disposables, they only shut down at will, at your will. And there are some things of why getting a fresh disposable is slow. Mostly cube startup, the second item. Other things contribute to it, but it's mostly cube startup. So we want to speed this first. Sorry for the slides, not fitting very well here with this resolution. But what people do to circumvent normally is they open files in non-fresh disposables, like named disposables that are already running and have run a lot of code or a lot of file conversion. But this is a dirty tactic, or they do other tasks in the meantime, as Marta has explained before. This context switching with people losing focus can make you more insecure, because you're not going to be connected with your computer anymore. You're going to do something else in the meantime. We're going to open another application. And this was supposed to be a slide that would fit. No, not my problem, because people, they think they can multitask. But there's a limit of how many tasks you can multitask if you think you can do that. In 2015, at the end, a user called Qubes user literally opens an issue to have faster disposable cubes. And Marek said, too late for the epoch, 3.1, but maybe in 4.0, which took a lot of time. 4.0, I think, was 2020 or 2019, but yeah. Then I thought I could do it fast, in like 2 weeks also. It did not happen in 2 weeks, and I'm still fixing issues to this day, but it's mostly complete. That's what I can say. So some requirements is that the usage is almost instant. It's never going to be 0 milliseconds, but we want to get close to a cube that's already running connection. Like instead of requesting a disposable, the same time that would take to request another VM that's already running. And memory footprint low, security preserved, it doesn't change the security aspect. Transparency, color preserved, like you don't need to change your scripts, your way of usage. You're going to utilize preloaded disposables transparently. There were some alternatives considered, such as dump file that was used in 3.2 and still documented in the disposable implementation file. But there were multiple issues that I got from the Marek's talk last year. So unreliable. And ZenVM forking, the problem is insecure because it shares too much information like random seeds with a cube with multiple cubes, and that's not nice. And it does not really work on long-running sessions. And Q, which is what preloaded architecture uses, but it comes with its own problems because the previous options don't have a queue, the cube is not running. But now that the cube is running, we have to hide it from a lot of GUI applications. We had to make a lot of patches for them to be invisible for the user until they need to be seen. So you don't have clobbering around your system. And it also allocates memory for cubes in Q. So we did reach a quite good point, which is it gets to the min memory of the cube. So if you have a cube that's set to start with 400 megabytes, it will be up to that when the cube is paused. Because when the cube is paused, it cannot share memory with other cubes in the system. And pause, I'm going to explain the next slides. So Qubes has already some existing resources to help with that. I built upon it. And we are going to see the design and some code samples, but not much code this time. The server part, it has CubesD and QMMN. QMMN is the memory manager. And the client side has the QVM tools, such as QVM Run. It also has QVM Star daemon that's controlling the audio and daemon. Not the server, but it's another kind of server. And this connection allows for you to filter, for example, what type of connections can the client make to the server with QRexec policy in case the client is not on DOM 0, because on DOM 0, QRexec policy evaluates always through and allow. CubesD is also event-driven. So that's mostly what was used for preloaded disposables. We got some event that something is happening on the system, and we act upon it. In this example, it is a kind of pseudocode that I minimized to fit the slides. But in the CubesVM class, you have a start function, and then you have a handler with a decoration for it that you declare with Qubes events handler decoration. And then you can do anything. In this example, I'm just logging the event that was received and the cube name. The lifecycle design, which is first Q, the cube. It's added to a list on the disposable template as a feature. Then it becomes hidden from most GUI applications using the internal feature. And this happens using the previous example of events that when the internal feature is set, it hides from the GUI applications from being able to, for you to find, not if the application is already open. Then it passes through the startup phase where it waits for the cubes to be fully operational. And when it concludes, it pauses the cube. It pauses the cube to not waste CPU cycles. The memory is allocated there. And yeah, because also pauses the cube because it fires an event that the cube was on pause. If we know the cube was on pause, we know the cube was used. And if the cube was used, we marked it not preloaded anymore to not reuse the same cube. So it like burns this cube. Request. The cube is removed from the list. And request can happen at the same time as startup. So if it happens at this time, the pause will not happen, and then the unpause will not happen also. After the request, the preloaded disposable is marked unpause, marked as used, becomes visible in GUI applications, and it starts preloading another cube. For now, it preloads right after the cube is marked as used, asynchronously in a future. But we have some improvements and think that maybe on case-to-case basis, it can be delayed by some seconds to not alter some things that I will show later on the benchmarks. Just a moment. The white part is the old Cube disposable design, and the green part what was added to preload the disposables. So this corporation's Cube startup carries like an agent startup stays during the QE phase, which is where the Cube is being preloaded. Was added, wait for the system to be fully operational, and pause. Pause can take some time, but if you're going to pause, you're not going to request the Cube right on. Like, the pause takes some time because it tries to retrieve memory from the Cube. So it takes some time, yeah, because it depends on collaboration. But the important part is what you actually notice, which is the request part. On pause, which is quite fast, only happens if paused. And GUI agent startup if you're using a graphical application. The GUI agent startup has some issues. It happens, but it is delayed by 1-2 seconds, and we want to cut that, and I'll explain later on the slides how that can be done. It also depends on the service. So, of course, for disposable usage, it already depends on QExec, but now it has these new services that are added to all the templates in the Qubes Core Agent Linux. And Qubes Windows tools will have this in the future. I don't know when, but I hope it will work with Windows disposables also. If you're tired right now, I want you actually to focus more on this slide, which is 2 important features. Preload this VM Max. It is a global and local feature. Global means you can set it on DOM 0, and it applies to the global default disk VM. And local meaning you can also set on disposable template, which applies only to that disposable template. And this feature does you set the number that you want of preloaded disposables for that disposable template to have at maximum. It will not always have that number, but at maximum it will be this number. The second feature is preload this VM threshold, which is a global feature set on DOM 0, and it's in megabytes. And you specify how much megabytes you want to have left on the system of free memory. For example, if you have, if you're using 15 gigabytes of memory and you set a value of threshold, and there's a preload that wants to be queued, it will not be queued. It will reject. So it avoids a bit of memory exhaustion. So a bit of some workflows that you can do. For example, for the default DVM, I would use the global feature because it's not a specialized disposable template. So you're using for browsing, file conversion, when you're getting started into Qubes. For the default management DVM, it is not actually now working with Ansible or Salt because it uses named disposables, and there are some designs that need to be done for it to work with unnamed disposables. But with console, the admin console, QVM console, this VM, you got a Zen console in DOM 0, it works. And for example, for the Qubes Builder DVM, where you would use the Qubes executor, you would also set the local feature. There's an auto start service, so it only starts the first preloaded disposables after boot, after the normal auto-started Qubes have already started, and only if the skip auto-start kernel flag is not set. But some people, they don't like the preloaded disposables from starting at boot. So okay, you can disable the service, but don't refresh it, because don't restart it, because it's actually a refresh of preloaded disposables. It will not cause problem, but it's unnecessary. Just start the service once if you don't want preload disposables to start at boot. And gaps can happen momentarily, and there are some cases, such as example explained before, insufficient memory, failure to preload because for any reason, actually, outdated volumes, which happens on template updates or disposable templates, when they shut down, means that there's an outdated volume, and we always want the fresh disposables to be fresh, so they always need to have the latest version of the volumes. Or for example, Qubes D, the daemon controlling the event fire and starting the cubes, it's interrupted. So it will fail, it will remove the preloaded disposables that were not complete because we don't know actually their state. And it will be preloaded again in the future. Yeah, just a bit of feedback for, yeah. Users, they exist. Every 4.3 user is basically using it if you have more than 15 gigabytes of memory. So that with 15 you have 1, with 32 you have 2. But that's just the default. It does not mean that's the maximum you can use. There are some more users in the future. Secret Drop and Danger Zone, they already have open issues about that. Waiting for them to reply some things. Let's see if they evolve on that. But there's not much they can do. But there's different ways they can leverage. It's not fitting the slides here because of time. But I have on the talk, on the Git repository, some extra Markdown file explaining how to leverage more preloaded disposables. Now it's demo time. I hope I have time left. No worries. No worries. Okay. The Q domains is actually open down here.
Oh no.
But yeah, I'm not gonna.
But you can see the domains widget.
Mm-hmm. You can see the domains widget.
Yeah, it is on the screen. Yeah.
It's here.
Yes.
No, but I opened it. It's not appearing. But anyway.
Oh, it's below.
Yeah, it's below. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Cubes. I'm going to explain the global version first. Just a moment. So I have some kind of Q domains for the terminal. These are the cubes that are running. It will face some time because it's not very dynamic. But OK, Qubes global config. I don't have any disposables running there. This is the default. 1000, it's adaptive to your amount of system memory once during the installer. But you can set any time in the threshold. You have to enable it. I'll just use one as an example. There should be a notification that the cube is start. It's here. It's right on top. It's there. I cannot show right now. Sorry for the resolution.
This cube stats is showing preloaded.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
So there's this cube that was preloaded. And the P means it's paused, and it's using 400 megabytes right now of memory. And if I open the tuner, for example, the file manager, and open in disposable, view in disposable, it's not clickable because of the. It is opening, and it opened quite fast, I'd say. Thanks. And let me see this is the application menu. So this is another way that you can open preloaded disposables. Using the apps tab, you open the XFCE terminal. You can see this is a descendant of default DVM, which is the cube that's running right now here with the graph open. But you cannot see the other cube that's also running, which is the 2698. So it's hidden from GUI applications. It's also hidden by default from the cube manager. And just as an example, OK. You can set it. This all you can do on the command line. No, I'm not gonna show. Sorry, it's not gonna work this time. Okay, then. Que eu também vou config file manager context menu. So okay, I showed how it works, and it was quite fast. And even though this is a good machine, it is not as fast on this machine. I could, yeah. I could remove. The cube is not on here anymore. The total doesn't work. I did this issue. Okay, so the cube, there's no cube preloaded anymore, no disposable preloaded. And now I'm gonna show like how much time it normally takes that I should have shown before. Now we're waiting.
Let's go for a coffee.
Yeah, we can do something else. And this is quite a fast machine, so it's still slow anyway. Okay, now I will proceed to benchmarking scaling. We did a lot of benchmarking. There's more to be done, if I'm allowed also. Sequential and concurrent calls originating from DOM0 or from Qube, GUI applications versus headless applications, normal versus preloaded, and on different templates. There's not going to be enough time for every graph, but I'm going to focus on Fedora 42 XFC because it's the default on Qubes for some time. Okay, so if we look at this graph, which only accounts for the total time of a call using the API, which is a raw call API. QVM run uses the API, but I did just some lines just to get what's necessary. And it doesn't not seem so fast, like 3 seconds and just 2.5 times fast. And with GUI, you can see it's a bit longer. But that's not the number we saw before, because it felt so much faster. This is only the execution time, which is extracted from the last graph, which for the no GUI applications, we reached like 700 milliseconds, which is quite decent. And it was 9 times faster than normal disposable cubes. With GUI applications, it takes some time, very noticeable, like more than 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, because the GUI only starts after the preloaded disposable is marked as used, because there's an invisible mode in the GUI, but it doesn't work if when the cube is already running. The problem is if the cube has, for example, an application that would auto-start, such as Network Manager, it would be unclickable, and the user would not understand because the cube is paused. So they can't interact with it. And now it's a compilation of what you can see, and the gray part is the cleanup phase, which does not normally take more than the disposable startup, but in this case, because the execution is so fast, the cleanup takes more time. The cleanup of the preloaded disposables takes a long time because it is preloading another disposable in the meantime. So I tested without preloading disposable right after it was used, and it reduced in 1 second, getting close to the normal disposable usage. And this is some comparison offline by iteration by iteration using no disposables right on top. 3, 4, and 5 on this machine, which is a 32 gigabytes machine, Intel Ultra 7. It has a PX 700 SSD. And we can see that it was very decent under sub-second. And we can see, for example, the spikes on the 3.4 on the 10th iteration of the 3D preloaded disposables is because there was no preloaded disposable anymore. So we had to wait for the disposable to start. But in any case, in any situation, it is still better than having no preloaded disposables, because it would be much is lower. This is the total time per iteration. Sorry, before it was the execution time only. This is the total time per iteration. The total time, remember that it adds the cleanup phase. So the cleanup, it is what it's added here compared to the previous graph. There were some variations, like it reached 4 seconds, but the mean of 4 preloaded disposables, which is the default that we're using, it is 3 seconds in total for a call. But you don't notice the 3 seconds, you notice that less than that. And that's it for the benchmarks. Some considerations. Pristine disposable cubes, they're more secure. Pristine disposable cubes are more secure. Preload disposables lower the bar for entrance. It is scalable. You can set as many preload disposables as you want. The GUI only allows you to set 50, but if you have a server, you can go crazy. Usage speed is UX, and better UX is better security. I want to thank the ITL and Qubes team. It was a very nice project, and I hope to continue now that I'm in the team. And the Qubes community, because a lot of bug reports helped. My contact information, PGP key, and some references to issues that I mentioned. And thoughts, questions?
Yeah, thanks. That's an amazing improvement. Thanks for that. I'm not sure if my question really applies to you or your work, but I saw that you wait for an event like fully functional or fully started. How is that evaluated? I think that's quite difficult because you never know when the last system initialization is finished or any application has fully started.
You mean this one? Yeah, so it uses basic systemctl is system running. So it checks that because if the system is fully operational, it will either report degraded or valid, something like that. So every service has concluded, either failed or started successfully.
So actually that's fully solved. I just see it on Windows all the time. You can log in, but you can't really use the system already. So.
Yeah, you can interact directly with the system like quite fast.
So this is actually some systemd state that you can question, or systemd notifies you.
Yeah, systemd notifies. Yes, okay. That's what I mean.
Whilst I'm not suggesting you should immediately move to it, you said earlier that Zen VM forking was insecure. Can you expand on that a bit, please?
So I based my talk on Marex, but also a bit of the knowledge that I got. It is that it is sharing like seeds from the forked cube with the descendant.
So there is an extension for all virtual machine types. It's called the VM generation ID. And that exists specifically to be a notification to the VM to say that it's been copied or it's been reverted to snapshot or something like that. It was originally put in for Windows to do checks on AD controllers as to whether their state of the world is valid or not. I've forgotten his name, the guy that did WireGuard in Linux, he put support for Linux to do this as well. So you can now write 128 bytes into memory, tell Linux that it's a copy of itself, and it will reseed everything in the system, including into the user space VDSO for accelerated.
That is nice to know now that I presented.
Yeah, I think that's been working since Linux 6.14, something like that.
Okay, so pretty recent.
Yeah, it's fairly recent, but the spec is a general spec, and Zen has supported the generation ID for 10 years, something like that.
Yeah, and the other thing that was mentioned is not designed for long-running sessions. If you have some insight on that, maybe Marek has.
This is actually a question for end user. Because the VM forking is implemented specifically for fuzzing, and
No, it was implemented for something else, and Tamas used it for forking.
Yeah, but the thing is, from what I've seen on the description of the feature, it works only for a couple of hundred of instructions until specifically the device emulator is not started at all, and also I think PV devices are not connected and stuff like that.
Some of those were Tamas not necessarily cutting a few corners. It's not actually that bad.
Okay, so we did snapshots before and a long time ago, and we needed to do quite a lot of custom ugly hacks like editing VM memory directly to replace host name and stuff like that, change IP addresses, and that was ugly.
Well, that was exactly why VM forking was put in originally. It was a startup called CloudFlock, something like that, Snowflock, something like that. And the entire point was exactly this kind of problem, but with Windows VMs. For large VDI solutions, when all your employees log in at 9 o'clock in the morning, suddenly you need to make several thousand VMs in 0 seconds. And the current solution for that involves preloading them from about 3 a.m. and people don't like that. It was a startup. They got a whole bunch of code upstream into Zen and unfortunately folded. So what we have in Zen for VM forking is the result of that, which is a half-complete feature. It's got a lot of potential, but needs a little bit of fixing.
I see. Thanks.
I have a question. Thank you for this work. Amazing, I would say. Maybe have you looked at on how we could accelerate starting of VM? I think it's more a question for the guys on my left. What I have in mind is basically the behavior of a micro VM, or what you could do with Firecracker, like starting VM in like few milliseconds. So I don't know if you have looked at this problem, or
in few milliseconds. I don't know
on how we can do that on Zen.
You can answer.
Yeah, I would ask Val. I don't know how to do that on Zen, but she found some way to start a KVM VM in like 100 milliseconds or something like that, up to the getting a shell. Yeah. So that was quite impressive. Well, under a second, up to getting a shell.
Okay, awesome.
So,
it's not what Val did. It's much more simpler, which is what the user can do. It's like using a less bloated Linux kernel and faster. But it's just some things that I wrote that did not fit. But yeah, it's not super imaginative, but yeah, there's that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
had fully populated agenda. So thank you very much for all the speakers, all the attendees, and thanks very much for the sponsors and Freedom of Press Foundation. ExpressVPN. Malvat. And Nova Custom, NictroKey, and Power Up Privacy. And of course, we cannot forget about the organizers' teams, especially Staszek, Rafał, Mitch, and everyone else who was involved from 3MDEP for organizing, and also from Invisible Things Lab. So thank you very much. Tomorrow is hackathon. We meet each other at 10 a.m. Yeah, it's fine to have hangover. That's completely fine. But then you have to perform in the tasks. So there is a whiteboard there. If you have idea of the task, you can write it down. Tomorrow we will probably digest that, assign the task. Marek will run across the room to support you, and hopefully someone will help him. And what I can say, let's organize each other, go to the beer, whatever, eat something, and have a great evening in Berlin. We see each other tomorrow, or if you not continue to hackathon, next year. Anything? That's fine? Okay, thank you.